allowed inside the courtroom, but just for a few moments at the beginning of the arraignment, and then they will be asked to leave. Video cameras, though, will not be allowed inside, which means we won't be able to stream court proceedings. However, we will have a camera in the hallway, and we expect that Trump will say a few words before or after his court appearance. We don't expect the charges to be read in court, but we do expect to receive those documents shortly after the arraignment, and they will be doing 2 sweeps of the newsroom. We're expecting to go inside at around 1:30. The arraignment itself won't be until 2:15, and it's expected to last anywhere between 15 and 30 minutes. And then Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg will be holding his own press conference at 3:30, and we're expected to ask a lot of questions about just what these charges are and why. Chris?
Morgan, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And there has also been a lot of speculation regarding what type of demonstrations we might see develop today, whether in support of or in opposition to the former president. U.S. Representative and Trump firebrand Marjorie Taylor Greene holding a rally nearby. But we also have another counter-protest, Donald Trump protesters standing by. And that's where we've got Ashley Rodriguez at the park across the street from the court right now. Ashley, what are you seeing right now?
So in front of me is Foley Park. It's actually separated into 2 different sides by barricades, by police. And they have one side for pro-Trumpers and the other side for anti-Trumpers. I was stationed on the anti-Trump side. My colleague Lisa Evers is on the pro-Trump side. And really, there has been fewer anti-Trump protesters comparatively to the other side, but they are just as loud. They have bells, they have whistles, they have drums, they're singing, they're screaming, they're chanting, lock Trump up, and they have one goal, and that goal is to drown out the pro-Trumpers. Just make sure that they're the louder side. I mean, if you were to walk down here, if this was any other day, it's complete madness down here, and you probably would think it's a little bit pointless, but to these folks, they are passionate, and to be quite frank, their disgust for Trump. And they tell me that they have vitriol because not only are they upset that he allegedly falsified business records, but as they see it, he tried to illegally overturn the election in Georgia. They believe he incited January 6th. They believe his behavior has been racist, especially recently toward Alvin Bragg. And as they see it, he is trying to take down democracy. Take a listen.
Not supposed to normalize Donald Trump's behavior, this flagrant criminality that they are normalizing, like because he's president, that he can get away with everything. America claims that no one is above the law. Prove it.
They think they outnumber us because we don't go out. Because a lot of times we'll say things like, oh, don't give him any air, don't give him attention. Well, you know what? That's how Hitler rose to power. Oh, he can't do that. All the people who otherwise would have stood up. So, you know, we need to be out in more numbers just to prove to them that we outnumber them. Also, we're here for a celebration, man. That's it. This isn't a protest. We're good today.
Yeah, so that kind of passion that you're hearing, that's what you're going to get when you talk to everyone out here. And what is the game plan at this point in time? It's like, you know, we're just going to stay out here all day and we're going to support our cause. As the day goes on, the anti-Trump crowd has increased, but, you know, so has the pro-Trump crowd. And we're expecting a total eruption of both sides of Foley Park once the Marjorie Taylor Greene rally starts and, of course, when Trump arrives. But for now, it's loud down here. It's crowded down here. It's very high energy, and everyone is on their best behavior. So that's the good news. We'll keep you updated, though.
Ashley, thank you very much. As the woman down there mentioned, she's celebrating. There are other people who are, of course, protesting. We alluded to the rally held by Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican firebrand, held in that same park. Lisa Evers covering this side of the angle for us. Lisa, what'd you hear from her today?
Well, Chris, we're here in inside the park right across from 100 Center Street, Manhattan Criminal Court, where the former president will be arraigned later this afternoon. Now, the police have set up barricades to separate the two groups here. So on the north side of the park are people who are against President Trump, and they have been here since early this morning, and you can see the barricades there, and you can also see the police officers that are there in the middle. And then on the other side, on the south side here, are the pro-Trump. So here's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
The government has been weaponized against him. I'm here to protest and use my voice and take a stand. Every American should take a stand. This is what happens in communist countries, not the United States of America.
I'm not here for the cameras. I'm here to support the President of the United States, who's being unfairly attacked by a DA.
And that was Lisa Evers reporting for us. She's going to be down there throughout the day. We're going to have more of our special continuing coverage right after this. All right, welcome back to our continuing coverage. We want to go now to Trump Tower, where any minute we expect the former president may head out in his motorcade, embarking on the 4-mile trip to 100 Center Street, the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Fox 5's Jessica Formoso is outside Trump Tower for us. Just set the scene for us there, if you could.
Chris, good afternoon. Yes, we are still waiting for former President Donald Trump to emerge from Trump Tower. You can see behind me there's a lot of traffic going by now, but if you see that gold awning there, that is the door where the president is expected to leave from. We are hoping that he will leave relatively soon since his court proceeding is around 2 p.m. Stationed outside that door, a lot of police present, Secret Service. There's also a black van there, and there's no vehicular traffic once you get to 5th and 56th Street allowed down that street. No one is allowed down the street. Now I want to take a look here where I'm standing. A lot of media here. Take a look. All of these men and women have been standing here for hours waiting for the president to come out. They want to get that shot of former President Donald Trump walking out of that door and going into his motorcade and obviously heading down to court. Now, on both sides of the street also a lot of barricades are up, and as expected, a lot of police presence. Also a lot of pedestrian traffic in this area. People just stopping by, taking photos, taking videos, as this is a historic day. For the first time in history, a former president has been indicted and will go before a judge this afternoon. We also have seen protesters here in the area, both pro and anti-Trump protesters. Small crowds, everyone very peaceful. We also did see a few cars driving up Fifth Avenue here, waving Trump 2024 flags, and even a Trump impersonator in a stretch limo driving by as well. Now, listen to one Trump supporter. She came all the way from New Jersey this morning. She said she wanted to make it a point to be here to see the former president for herself.
I came out to support Donald Trump because he's given up so much for our country, and just watching what Manhattan is doing with the weaponization of the Department of Justice, don't think he's going to get a fair trial here, and it really breaks my heart because, I mean, he was New York. When Giuliani was here, it wasn't all Democratic run, and he probably could have gotten a fair trial. But now, just doing this because he's running again is, I believe, election interference.
And those anti-Trump protesters were also out here, as I said, saying to lock him up. A lot of them saying finally he's going to get his day in court. But again, we're still waiting for the former president to leave Trump Tower. We're expecting that to happen, Chris, any moment, relatively soon. And of course, we will bring it to you live as it happens. That's the latest I have here from outside of Trump Tower. I'm Jessica Formoso, Fox 5 News. Back to you inside.
Sounds good, Jess. I was going to say, as soon as you see anything happen, let us know, and we'll come straight back to you. Appreciate it. All right, stay with us. Our special coverage continues right after this. All right, I want to bring in someone to help us with some context here. With us now is former Brooklyn Assistant District Attorney, now a defense attorney, also a host on the Law and Crime Network, Imran Ansari. Thank you for being here today on a pretty big news day. I just want to get your thoughts as we head into this. We're, about an hour and a half away from his expected arrival at court. What are your thoughts on this day?
I mean, this is unprecedented. That's been said time and time again. I don't need to repeat that. But you don't need to be a lawyer or a law junkie to really be looking at what's happening here and wondering what is going to happen, because it's never been done before. I think we're going to be seeing these charges read out in court. Yeah. Donald Trump defiantly pleading himself not guilty. But what I'm anticipating is that we're going to finally see these charges, and there's dozens of them, and get the specifics of those charges. There's been a lot of speculation as to what they are, but now we're going to have it read out in court. We're going to have a little understanding of what Alvin Bragg and his office have done in terms of this indictment, and then it will also sort of pave the way with a roadmap of what we could expect from the defense in terms of Donald Trump's reaction.
Yeah, we've heard from a lot of people on both sides saying, oh, it sounds like he's got a pretty strong case here. And then the other side saying, there's no case here. This is never going to make it to trial. But at the end of the day, to your point, no one has seen these charges except for those few people.
Right. And listen, it's the evidence that will prevail. In any case brought into court, evidence is what guides us at the end of the day. Evidence is what the jury will ultimately consider at the end of the day. And we have to see what the evidence is and what the basis of this indictment is. And of course, that will also give the defense attorneys behind Donald Trump a roadmap and a game plan. We've heard about motions to dismiss, and I expect those. Motions for a change of venue, I expect those. But until we know the evidence and the charges, it's all speculation.
I want to ask you about this report that he's expected to be processed, obviously, but no handcuffs, which had been reported before. We're learning today he might not even have a mugshot. How rare would this be? And I get that this is a very unique situation, but in your experience, has there ever been someone not taking a mugshot taken of them?
Not to my knowledge. Listen, there's a set course. Someone is arrested, someone is indicted, they're brought in, they surrender, they get their fingerprints taken if they haven't been taken already, and they get a mugshot. That's pretty standard operating procedure for the NYPD and law enforcement in general. The fact that Donald Trump is going to come be processed in this arrest and perhaps not have his mugshot taken, it's not necessarily something that would be the norm, but it doesn't surprise me also, because this is in fact the former president.
And for him, going back to the point you made earlier, for him to defiantly be the one, it sounds like he wants to be the one, not his attorneys, which is, I guess, the custom, right? For him to be the one to vocalize not guilty. How noteworthy is this?
Yeah, well, I think it's not surprising, given the fact that Donald Trump is going to be using this arrest, we expect, to really bolster his candidacy, and he still could be a candidate, as we know. And also really fire up his base to get them behind him in this narrative that this is a political prosecution and not one grounded in law.
Well, and to your point, they've already claimed that they've raised, what, $7 million in the wake of this. So we'll see what happens. Imran Ansari, I appreciate you being here. You're going to be with us for the next couple hours, so thank you in advance for sticking around. All right, stay with us. We're going to be back with more continuing coverage right after this. All right, time for the real news of the day. It's side, Audrey.
This is big news, Chris. It's big news. We have mild temperatures all across the tri-state area. We're already above average for this time of year. We've now at 65 degrees in Central Park, 62 in Islip, 57 in Bridgeport. Up to the north, we're finding 60-degree readings in Poughkeepsie and Monticello. Check out Belmar, though, already at 71 degrees. These temperatures are much warmer than they were at this time yesterday, and we are in store for a day with above average temperatures, as we already have that already in place. Winds are nice and light, too. They're coming out of the south to southwest. It's a nice warm wind direction for us, and that's why we're seeing the bump up in our numbers. And as we go through the rest of the northeast, looking pretty good from New England all the way to the capital district of Albany, where the temperature is at 55 degrees. 61 right now in Binghamton, and down towards our south we have 70 in Philly and 71 down in Atlantic City. So look at the satellite and radar shows that we have sun-filled skies all across the tri-state area, but there is a front ever so close just to our north here, so that could spill some clouds and maybe an isolated sprinkle in northern parts of Ulster and maybe Dutchess counties. Everyone else should stay dry today. We have a warm front that's in the vicinity that's helping to usher in the milder temperatures across the region. But in this warm sector here, there will be severe weather across the midsection of the nation. Here are the center points that we're expecting that severe weather to occur later this afternoon. And these dynamics actually will shift eastward as we go into tomorrow, so the threat of severe weather gets ever so close here, moving into western New York and northwestern Pennsylvania. This front will be impacting the region here on Thursday, and that will bring us our own threat of showers and maybe even some thunderstorms. Not today, though. Plenty of sunshine across the region, and that'll help keep us above average with our temperatures. Tonight, we'll see some clouds filtering in, and there will be the threat of a couple of areas of patchy drizzle during the overnight, as well as some fog. So tomorrow morning, we'll wake up with some clouds. Again, the threat of patchy drizzle and maybe some fog, too. And then in the afternoon, the front will help ignite a couple of showers, especially north of the city, after, let's say, about 2 or 3 o'clock. So you want to have your umbrellas handy by the afternoon hours. And then that line kind of sags southward here, moving into New York City, Long Island, and New Jersey. But the rain should kind of weaken in intensity. Then we have another round working in the pre-dawn hours of Thursday, but then here comes the front, and this will help ignite showers and thunderstorms on and off through the day on Thursday. Keep in mind that's also the day of the Mets home opener. So if you are making plans to head out to the stadium there, you may want to be aware that there could be some showers and storms giving a problem for the game in Citi Field. Okay, so today's high temperature is looking good and feeling nice too, with a temperature of 71 expected in Central Park. We're going with 70 in White Plains and even 71 in Poughkeepsie. Tonight we drop back into the 40s to the low 50s right here in the city. We'll be at 50 degrees in Belmar. And then tomorrow, have your umbrella handy, especially in the afternoon. That's where we'll see the biggest threat of some showers. It'll be cooler too, with a temperature of 54 on Wednesday. Showers and storms likely for Thursday. Friday it'll be cooler and drier, and Easter Sunday looks good. Plenty of sunshine with a high of 59 expected. Chris?
Good, as does today. I'm focused on that right now. Audrey, thank you very much. All right, stay with us here at noon as Fox 5 continues our coverage of Trump's arraignment. We'll be back after this.
Only Grammy Award.
Today on 25 Words or Less, he counts Steve Martin, Conan O'Brien, and Jerry Seinfeld among his She comes from Arlington, Texas, home of the Bowling Hall of Fame, the Onion Festival, and a ghost that every
Welcome back to our special coverage of Trump's historic arraignment. We are expecting the former president to leave Trump Tower at any minute now. We want to go now to Skyfox HD. Dan Rice is high above the scene in Manhattan, flying over the scene. Dan, what are you seeing? What have you seen so far today on this historic day?
And Chris, what we're doing is giving you an overhead view of the area around the courthouse. We can tell you that the preparations began yesterday, concluding with this morning in terms of the security presence, as well as accommodating the media, as well as protesters and counter-protesters. There is a look at the courthouse. Center Street has been closed off, as is nearby Lafayette Street. That is due to allow for the security presence as well as accommodating the media. We can take a look at the park across the street, where we have seen protesters as well as other people with varying messages assemble. There is also, again, as I mentioned, a large media presence as well up and down Center Street, extending it down into the northern end of Foley Square. So many streets in the area have been closed off to accommodate the current presence by the media and protesters, as well as the possible addition of more. We can tell you that the NYPD is on standby to respond as necessary. There has been a police presence in the area, not highly visible from our standpoint, but again, the NYPD is prepared to respond as necessary for any issues that may arise outside of the normal security that you would expect with this event. Chris, back to you.
Jim, thank you very much, and my apologies. That was Jim Smith reporting for us live in Skyfox HD. Want to go back to the ground now, onto Fifth Avenue outside Trump Tower, where our own Jessica Formoso is standing by. Jess, as we've been reporting, we've been expecting his departure from Trump Tower any minute. Seeing any movement over there?
Yeah, Chris, actually we are seeing movement right now. A lot of more police presence that came in front of the barricade here. They started to move the barricades, so we're starting to see some movement here, which indicates that the former president could be coming out of Trump Tower anytime now. We're also hearing a lot of choppers up above. But again, we have not seen the former president, Donald Trump, come out, but we are seeing movement. Now, before that, I want to tell you what's been happening here all day, all morning. A lot of police presence, barricades on both sides of the street, a lot of pedestrian traffic. I mean, people just stopping by, taking photos, taking videos. We have seen even a Trump impersonator here driving by in a stretch limo, people waving a Trump 2024 flags. We also have seen anti-Trump protesters as well gathered here earlier this morning. A small crowd. Everyone has been very peaceful, but again, we are waiting for the former president to leave Trump Tower and make his way to the courthouse. That can happen really in just any moment now. We are seeing movement, police presence already in and around Trump Tower. Barricades are being moved. So, Chris, like I said, we are out here. We are monitoring the situation, and you probably will have to come back to us relatively shortly if the former president does leave Trump Tower and heads over to the courthouse. Send things back to you inside.
And you know we will. Jess, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Want to go about 4 miles south of where Jess is right now. We want to go back to the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Linda Schmidt is standing by live outside. Linda, if you don't mind, can you just sort of reset the scene for us where you are?
Yeah, hi there, Chris. Yeah, like Jessica's talking about, they're starting to see a little bit of activity there. We are not seeing any activity here as of right now related to Donald Trump leaving 57th Street and then making his way down here to Lower Manhattan. Now, originally, we were told yesterday that he was probably going to be leaving Trump Tower at about 11 o'clock this morning and make his way down here. However, the timing and the route that the president takes is always subject to change because he has Secret Service protection. The Secret Service, please keep in mind here, they are in control of everything dealing with the president's security. So they have been orchestrating and coordinating all of this with not just the NYPD, but also court officers here at the criminal court. Now, once he gets down here, we've reported this for you before, but I'm going to reiterate it. He is not going to be going in the front entrance here at criminal court. He is going to be going into an entrance that's around the corner, around the block from us. That is the Manhattan District Attorney's entrance. That is where Alvin Bragg enters and exits the building every day, and all of the employees that work in the DA's office. That is the door that the president will go into. Then he's going to be taken up to the 7th floor. That is where he is going to be what we call booked or processed. He is going to surrender to the Manhattan DA's office. He is going to be arrested. He is going to be fingerprinted. A mugshot may or may not happen. We don't know because that keeps changing, but he definitely is not going to be handcuffed. The reason he's not going to be handcuffed is because he is covered by Secret Service. He's going to be surrounded by law enforcement the entire day. And as a result of that, Secret Service, that presence there of them, he is not considered to be a risk of flight, and he is not considered to be a danger to himself or anybody else in the courthouse. So he will not have any handcuffs on him. His attorney, Joe Tacopina, telling us that the proceeding, once it starts, and it's scheduled to start about 2:15, that it will last about 20 to 30 minutes. Now, as we've been reporting, there will not be any TV cameras in the courtroom. So if you're at home and you're watching this and you're thinking, hey, I'm going to be able to watch history live in the making here in real time, that is not going to be the case. No TV cameras allowed in the courtroom. They are allowed in the hallway. So if we see the president walk down the hallway going into court and walk down the hallway hallway coming out of court, we might be able to see that. We are also hearing that he might be stopping and talking to reporters in the hallway, but again, you never know what's really going to happen here because this has never happened before. This is a very fluid situation, and again, he does have Secret Service protection. But one thing, there are going to be 5 still cameras in the courtroom. That is one thing that a judge is allowing. Now, his attorneys had wanted a total ban of cameras, but the judge said that he had to do a balancing here of giving the public the right to view this arraignment versus the fairness to Donald Trump. Now, the district attorney's office, when his attorneys had asked to ban all the cameras, the DA's office said, you know, it didn't really matter to them one way or the other. However, they did say having cameras in the courtroom could have a prejudicial impact on pretrial publicity. His attorney said, quote, having cameras in the courtroom would create a circus-like atmosphere and raise security concerns and would be inconsistent with President Trump's presumption of innocence, and it would result in prejudice. So as a result, like I said, the judge, and that is State Supreme Court Judge Juan Merchan, he decided this is the best way to handle the situation. Those 5 still cameras are going to be allowed inside the courtroom. They will be allowed to take pictures of Donald Trump for a few minutes. And then just before the arraignment is set to begin, those still cameras are going to be taken out of the courtroom. So we will not have any pictures or video of the actual arraignment. Joe Tacopina again telling us, the president's attorney, that they want this to be as classy and seamless and painless as possible. Once they get inside court, that's when they're going to get a detail of what the charges are against the president. And I want to point out for you, too, because this is significant. He's adding to his legal team, and that's pretty normal in cases like this. But the person that he added is attorney Todd Blanche. He is a top white-collar criminal defense lawyer, and he is a former prosecutor with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. So he knows how the federal process works, and we are being told, and the information has been out there for over a week now, that there is going to be at least 1 felony count. So the president is hoping that somebody who has dealt with issues dealing with felony counts will be able to help his case. Chris, that's the very latest from here. Back inside to you.
A lot going on there, Linda. And I'm glad you touched on the fact that we really just don't know what's going to happen today because this is an unprecedented day. But Linda just mentioned, you know, there is going to be a camera in the hallway there today. We might see Donald Trump speak to that camera. We will absolutely follow up and bring that to you if that were to happen. But there is so much that we don't know, but there is also a lot that we do know. Today's arraignment follows a years-long investigation. Teresa Priolo shows us how we got here.
For the first time in history, a former president has been indicted on criminal charges. President Trump's downfall allegedly tied to an illicit affair in 2006 with porn star Stormy Daniels, and what prosecutors say was his subsequent quest to cover it up as he was in the throes of his 2016 presidential run. To understand how we got here, it's important to put this case into context. According to Stormy Daniels, whose real name is Stephanie Clifford, she and the former president were together in 2006 and 2007. Shortly after Trump married his wife, the not yet former First Lady Melania Trump. Fast forward to 2016. Stormy Daniels was looking to capitalize on the fling with a tell-all book. Allegedly, the Trump camp got wind of it and wanted to make it go away. So Trump fixer Michael Cohen, who himself has done time for campaign finance violations, organized a $130,000 payment through a shell company, allegedly at the behest of Trump. According to Cohen, the payments were made in installments from Cohen's own account and then reimbursed by the Trump Organization, but disguised as legal expenses. Trump has maintained he never had an affair with Stormy Daniels and that Cohen is a liar. On Good Day New York Thursday, Trump's current attorney, Joe Tacopina, reiterated the claim that Trump did not break any state laws.
If the expenditure or the payment was made and would have been made by that person irrespective of the campaign, it's not a campaign finance law violation. Here, that's clearly what this was, something that was made, and that's why it was personal funds were used.
This isn't the only investigation or allegations of misconduct that Trump faces, nor is it the first time prosecutors have tried to make these specific crimes stick. In 2019, the Manhattan DA's office opened its investigation into the payments, but only now have they chosen to indict, charging him with falsifying business records, which is a misdemeanor here in New York. But it's being paired with a more serious charge, making it a felony crime. Trump's team has questioned if they could even do that. Former federal prosecutor Doug Burns isn't so sure either.
The man is charged with filing a false business record, which would ordinarily be a misdemeanor, but in this case, he's charged with an elevated felony because it's in connection with a federal election law violation. Fine. There's only one problem with that, and that is that it is unsettled under New York state law whether you can elevate a misdemeanor to a felony based on a federal crime.
And stay right here with Fox 5 for the latest developments regarding this historic arraignment of former President Donald Trump. You can also go to our website, fox5ny.com, the Fox 5 NY News app, and the Fox 5 NY YouTube page, which today will be live streaming updates throughout the afternoon. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Thinking about selling your home in today's more challenging market? Well, you don't have to let it sit for weeks or months trying to sell it the traditional way. At 72 Sold, you can get a price thousands more than if you sold the traditional way and get it done A to Z in just 8 days. Thinking about selling? Just put in your address and get your price, a higher price for your home in just 8 days, only at 72sold.com.
When you get Spectrum One, you get fast, reliable internet for $49.99. I mean, I could stop right there, but I won't because, surprise, you find out you're also getting free advanced Wi-Fi with Security Shield, which makes it an even better deal. Until another surprise. You find out you're also getting a free line of unlimited mobile with 5G. Amazing. Surprise again. You also get Speed Boost, which makes your Spectrum mobile speeds even faster when you're connected to Wi-Fi. Surprise, it's me. That's a lot of surprises. I should just popped out of that. Point is, with Spectrum One, you're going to be very surprised by all the free stuff you get. Or you would be if I hadn't already just told you. But still, when you get in there, could you act surprised? A little something for the people in the store. Get Spectrum One. Internet for just $49.99. Plus free advanced Wi-Fi and a free line of unlimited mobile. Visit spectrum.com/surprise, a Spectrum store, or call 844-7-SURPRISE today.
Okay, Floor and Decor, show me what you've got. Now this tile says spa day all day. But this tile says classic gone glam. And this modern look, it's sleek yet chic. Okay, I've got it. Everything I need to pull this project together, and all at the perfect price.
At Floor & Decor, you can realize any aspirational project at an inspirational price. Because with an unmatched selection of high-quality products, all at everyday low prices, your bathroom upgrade has never been more you. Discover Floor & Decor today.
Distinctive in design. Meticulous in craftsmanship. Confident in execution. Genesis, a new beginning of what luxury can be. During the Genesis Signature event, lease the 2023 Genesis GV70 for $569 per month exclusively at your Tri-State Genesis retailer.
Welcome back. To give us some more perspective here on the security surrounding former President Trump and all the activity going on around the city today, she's a former Secret Service agent, also spent some time with the NYPD. Evie Pumperis joining us now. Evie, thank you for being here. We were just talking during the break, and you said there was something that surprised you about what we learned from Jessica Formoso standing outside Trump Tower earlier regarding Trump's movements. Go ahead, tell me what you told me.
Yes, so we see the motorcade kind of lined up in the front of the building. It is quite surprising to hear that what they're saying is they're going to have him leave the front of his building, get into the vehicles to go to surrender. In my experience, the safest way would be to have him go through behind a loading dock area, a private entrance. Now, this could also be President Trump wanting to come out, embrace the public. He might, want to use this as a moment, as we're hearing, to show his defiance. But again, from a security standpoint, I would push back, because it's not just the media coverage, the circus, and it's not just the demonstrators. I would also be concerned about any lone actors. We've got a prime moment for a target here. Tons of media, lots of people, momentum, people feeling very emotional about this one way or the other. And I really would be concerned for any lone actors or anybody coming out from the woodworks trying to do something. So that to me is surprising. I would want it tented, secure, private, nobody to see him moving in or out of any which way.
And what's surprising you about the way they're planning to bring him into the courthouse today? And also the fact that he, we're told, may not be handcuffed or mugshot.
So I'm not surprised with the handcuffs. I don't think that's an issue. This is a nonviolent charge. Often when we would make arrests, sometimes we would have people self-surrender. When they would surrender, we typically wouldn't see handcuffs. Now, when you bring them into the NYPD or the U.S. Marshals, whoever it was, they, as protocol, might put handcuffs on someone. But look, he's not violent. He's surrounded by law enforcement. He's not going to do anything. The handcuffs, truly, they are for the safety of law enforcement. So that's not an issue here. As far as mugshot, that keeps going back and forth. I've not heard ever, nor have experienced ever, no mugshot. It's just standard procedure.
Right. It's a question of whether they would release it.
Correct. I think they're going to do it. I would think just so they could show, you know what, we're fair throughout this whole process. I think that they're going to do it.
You think they're going to take it,
I think
but
they're
not
going to
release
take
it?
a mugshot. I also, if it doesn't get released, it'll certainly get leaked out.
You think?
I would suspect, because this is such a hot topic and everybody wants to know what's going on. I'm also surprised. I was listening to the reporting before, you know, when we're hearing the reporter outside by the courthouse saying he's going to go up to the 7th floor. I'm hearing all these things, and from a security standpoint, I'm not liking any of it. This is much too specific, much too much information releasing to the public, because it's not just, when I hear this stuff, yes, the American public need to know this. I get that to a point, but you have to understand who else is listening. This is also being heard overseas. This is being heard from other people who don't have...
Do you think these leaks are coming from inside the court, from Trump's team? Is this just to give the media something to talk about?
I think it's coming from people are sharing this information. I think the offices are sharing information. They shouldn't be doing this. This is much too specific. Again, you're talking about a former president. Whether you like President Trump or not, that's not the point. It's a symbolic thing. If something happens, it symbolizes something. It's New York City.
Yeah.
We want to keep the peace, whatever this is, even demonstrations. And we're talking off camera before, people are demonstrating. People have a right, First Amendment, to peaceably protest. But the concern is that going to up level?
Sure.
You know, and even if you think about it, when it comes to demonstrations or protesting, that's a quite common thing. So it's not uncommon to have that. You better be sure NYPD is going to have their undercovers, even your Secret Service, mingling in there, listening to see what's being said.
Well, let's stay on the topic of the demonstrations. Based on the video of what you've seen, whether we're talking about outside Trump Tower or the protests that have developed in the park across the street from the courthouse, smaller, larger than what you expected? Does it look like everything's going kind of by the book right now? Can you even make that assessment based on the video?
Everything right now seems to be calm, quite honestly.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be really amped up. I think nobody wants, especially New York, doesn't want a January 6th event happening. So I think you're really, NYPD is out there in full force. Whether you see them or not is not the point. Because don't forget, you've got the uniforms that are out there. Uniforms deter any activity. Somebody sees a police uniform or police vehicle, that deters anybody thinking to do anything. But there's also civilians, detectives, undercovers. All those elements are out there. So I really don't see anything happening. I think New York's going to have a really tight control over this. And I don't suspect it really being blown out. Again, my concern really would be for any type of lone actor or anything from that standpoint. But again, we don't know how it's going to transpire towards the end.
That's right. And it's interesting that you brought up the January 6th protest, too, because I saw some people tweeting that they think maybe some of the prosecutions that have happened in regard to January 6th might be keeping some of those same types of actors from doing things here today.
100%. Nobody wants to get arrested. January 6th, and we've been seeing it to this day. Have you seen this person? Pictures being posted up. Bolos being put out there about people. Do you know who this person is? Nobody wants to get arrested. Nobody wants to be going into any courthouses or any government facilities because it's not worth it. I think people thought back in January 6th they could do it. I think they felt that, you know what, President Trump might be in some way indirectly encouraging us to do this.
There was no precedent for it at the time.
This is okay. And now they know it is not okay. I don't think anybody's going to think about it.
Now they know what's going to happen. Evie Pomperis, I appreciate you being here. We are going to talk to you again throughout the hour, so thank you very much. Stand by. I believe we're going to go to a break right now, so stay with us. More of our special coverage of Trump's arraignment this afternoon, just about an hour away from now, right after this.
right now at Planet Fitness. You can get that big fitness energy for just $1 down, $10 a month. No commitment, cancel anytime. It's a great deal, and our 17 million members agree.
You can say that again.
Okay, as I said, you can join for just $1 down, $10 a month.
What a deal!
So turn your low energy into big fitness energy and enjoy tons of equipment in a clean and spacious, judgment-free zone to get that post-workout glow. So get going, or shall I say glowing? Join for just $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Wednesday, April 5th.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota.
Perfect. Nice.
As long as we're imagining.
Give it up for your reigning mission champion!
Me? Oh, come on.
Right now, get 3.99% APR for 48 months on a new 2023 Camry. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost service plan.
Ready, set, go get your Toyota today.
Toyota, let's go places.
If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma or asbestos lung cancer, choose the right law firm by asking, what are your highest verdicts? What experience do you have? How many lawyers are on staff? How many clients have you represented? Speak to Weitz & Luxembourg at 800-LAW-6789 to get unmatched answers. It's the biggest financial decision of your life. Call 800-LAW-6789 or visit mesowin.com.
The Volkswagen Taos, German engineering everyone can get into. Visit your Volkswagen dealer today and lease the 2023 Taos SE 4Motion for just $339 a month.
Ever wonder why Lidl charges so little for their delicious fresh baked goods?
No.
I heard Lidl's bakery is subsidized by the international travel industry to get us to book more trips. See that guy with the pretzel? Clearly he wants to go to Germany.
He's two.
Watch. How's that croissant?
Great.
Want to go to France?
Sure.
I'm going to tell the others.
Lidl.
Welcome back. It probably won't shock you to learn that Fox 5 has had people down at the courthouse all morning long since the very early morning hours. Right now, I want to bring in Fox 5 noon producer Kara Kamita, who arrived down there about 6 in the morning. Kara, you're joining us on the phone right now. I want to point that out. Tell me what the scene was like when you got there, how it's changed throughout the day, just the logistical chaos of everything you're trying to navigate right now.
Yes. Hi, Chris. It is quite a scene, I'll tell you. We've been here all day. It's getting progressively busier and busier, but this is history in the making. So no matter what side people are on, they're coming here and flooding the area. It is organized. There are plenty of media here from everywhere you could imagine, reporters in all different languages from international places, and just here to see history happen. It's all in a very close area, and it's really incredible to see.
And you were sending me cell phone video that you shot from bright and early this morning, walking down the street. Have you ever seen, I know you've covered news for a little while now, have you ever seen this many members of the press, local, national, international, anywhere for any story before in your life?
Absolutely not. I've been in line with my colleagues for hours today, and we're all here for the same reason, but it is incredible to see that around me and a radius around me, there was really no English-speaking broadcasting. It's incredible that so many different people, you know, when you say, where are you from? I'm used to Upper East Side. Or New Jersey. It's pretty insane to hear that they're from London and Japan and the media outlets that are here. It's just an astonishing number that you don't really understand how big of a deal it is until they all converge in one story.
And we've heard the word circus thrown around a lot today. I know you're in front of the courthouse, but that's also in front of the park where there is a protest going on across the street. I just want to point out for our viewers, we are looking at a live shot right now from Sky Fox HD. I believe this is overhead in Midtown outside of, is this outside Trump Tower? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking at this monitor. Is this courthouse or? Okay. Kara, you've been outside there throughout the morning. The protesters that have been in the park there, have they been rowdy? Have they been verbal? Was it raucous?
Absolutely.
Describe what you've seen.
Absolutely. So it is incredible to see such an amount of people that are so passionate on both sides. You know, you really do have some conflict, a lot of confrontation. It's not only yelling and posters and some people that are really dressed, you know, for the event, but it's a lot of different emotions and people that are just coming from, no matter what your background, no matter what your passion, they're all here in one place. The courtroom right across from the courthouse is where the media is. Right 10 feet from where the media is are the protests where Marjorie Taylor Greene spoke earlier. It really is every single thing converging on maybe 3 blocks.
Yeah, that's important context, because I think initially this morning I was trying to wrap my head around how far this protest was going to be from the courthouse, and it is literally right across the street. Noon producer Kara Camito, thank you very much. Be safe down there. We appreciate it. I just want to also reiterate the camera shot we're looking at right now. This is outside Trump Tower. We will, of course, bring you any movement that we see from Donald Trump as he heads toward the courthouse downtown as soon as we see it. Stay with us. We'll be back with continuing coverage right after this.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you have or are eligible for Medicaid, please listen closely. You may be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan from WellCare with a 0 or low plan premium. Call now. We can answer your questions and help you enroll over the phone. WellCare provides access to essential benefits that go beyond original Medicare, such as dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage with free home delivery. Free over-the-counter healthcare items, free groceries with a healthy food card, free gym membership, and home-delivered meals. Plus, extra benefits like more access to care with free transportation and WellCare's telehealth services, including online doctor visits. WellCare is contracted with Medicare to provide plans that may be perfect for you. Call 1-866-266-6949. Now, that's 1-866-266-6949. WellCare, Medicare done well.
What in the world? I can't let you drive without calling CarShield, Steve. You drive great. So what if your warranty's expired? I don't want you paying for expensive repairs, Steve. That's so nice. Now can you open the door, please? I'm afraid I can't do that until you call CarShield. Can I call them later? Their administrators pay for expensive repairs on engines, transmissions, ACs, and up to 6,000 other parts. I'm listening. CarShield is America's #1 auto protection company. All you have to do is call before you break down. CarShield sounds pretty good. Think of all the road trips we could have with their nationwide coverage, Steve. I love road trips. And with the money you save, you could get those salsa lessons you always wanted. Put me through to CarShield. Dialing. I see why they call you a smart car.
Don't get stuck paying for sky-high car repairs. Call CarShield before your next breakdown. Call 800-579-2146. 800-579-2146.
Intuitive technology. Striking lines. Impeccable details. Genesis. Proof that transformation begins from the inside out. During the Genesis Signature event, lease the 2023 Genesis G70 for $459 per month exclusively at your Tri-State Genesis retailer.
This is a Fox 5 special report.
And welcome back to our special Fox 5 coverage on the historic arraignment of former President Donald Trump. I'm Chris Welch.
And I'm Teresa Priola. Let's send things back over to Linda Schmidt to paint the picture down outside of the courthouse. Linda, what can you tell us at this hour?
Well, first of all, I want to go back to what you guys were talking about earlier. Originally, this whole thing was supposed to be, he was going to be leaving Trump Tower at about 11 o'clock in the morning. That's what we were told. That's what we were told yesterday. However, that is not the case. Then we were hearing today he was going to be leaving Trump Tower at about 1 o'clock. That still hasn't happened. And this arraignment is scheduled to take place at 2:15. So that may or may not happen on time. But it is definitely going to be swift. That's what Joe Tacopina, his lawyer, one of his his lawyers told us yesterday it was going to be a quick proceeding, taking about 20 to 30 minutes. Now, two things have changed in our area since the last time I spoke to you. First of all, more barricades are up now to my right. We're out in front of another family court here, which is right across the street from the criminal court. The criminal court is the one behind me where Trump will be going in this afternoon. Family court diagonal right across the street. And now they have barricades blocking off the public from entering this area. Up until about 15 minutes ago, the public was allowed to come and go and walk up and down this sidewalk. That has now been blocked off. Behind the camera, there is a long line of journalists. These folks had been lining up since last night because they wanted to be able to get a ticket to get into the courtroom, because the courtroom is the largest courtroom in this criminal court building, but it is still not large enough to fit hundreds or even 100 journalists in that courtroom. About 25 of them will be able to get in. So they were standing all night long waiting to get their ticket. After they got their ticket, they were ushered to another area, but they were brought back to this area now, and they are standing in a line right behind our camera here, just a few feet from me, and they're waiting to be taken into the court. When that is going to happen, we don't know, because again, Trump was supposed to be here by about 1 o'clock, but that obviously is not happening. And one of the reasons that that's not happening and things change is because he is a former president with Secret Service protection. So they call the shots, and things could change at a moment's notice. In addition to the fact that they never tell us the exact time anyway, they never tell us the exact route because they don't want to take any chances of the president possibly, of a possible attempted attack on the president. So at the point when Jessica is able to tell us whether or not he's left Trump Tower on 57th Street, it's about a 4-mile drive down here to Lower Manhattan with obviously a police escort in Secret Service. He should be here within about 20 minutes or so. He's not going to be going into the entrance, though, behind me, not the front door entrance. As we keep telling you, he's going to be going into an entrance that's around the block from us. Not that far, but just around the block from us. And there's a door. It's the Manhattan District Attorney's entrance. That's where Alvin Bragg goes in and out every day to go to work, and all of the employees with the DA's office. Now, I said this earlier, you know, there was a lot of apprehension about the protesters and what could possibly be going on here today. There are a lot of protesters here. My guess is it's about, from because I was walking around in the crowd, I'm guessing it's about 400. But it is organized theater in there. You have some people yelling back and forth. You've got some F-bombs going off, you know. That's pretty much the standard whenever you're dealing with any type of protest, especially when you have one group on one side, one group on the other. They obviously have very different views about President Trump, and they obviously have very different views about the indictment and his arraignment today. But so far, we haven't seen anything that would lead you to believe that it's going to erupt into chaos or any types of fights breaking out. Thank God we're not seeing that kind of stuff. Like I said, organized theater. That's how I would describe it. There are literally hundreds of reporters here and cameras from around the world. In fact, there was one reporter who was coming by here. This happened about an hour ago. And he pulled out his press pass, and he's like, and I said, "Who are you with?" And he said, "Oh, I'm with a news outlet from the Middle East." And so he started asking me, not on camera, of course, but just the two of us having questions, you know, what do you think about this? And he's saying, I've never seen anything like this before. And it's true. This is the largest gathering of media that I have seen in my 38-year career. And I have covered international stories for Fox 5, the most I've ever seen. Chris, back inside to you.
Is incredible, isn't it?
I mean, 38 years, and this is, as I like what she said, organized theater. Some might call it organized chaos.
Yeah, a lot of people might. Yeah,
that's a nice way of putting it. Of course,
yeah.
Where Linda is, that's sort of the end game, but everybody is focused on Trump Tower, a little bit more uptown, which is where, of course, the former president is right now. We are expecting him to exit Trump Tower and to go down to Lower Manhattan in just a little bit.
Yeah, we want to head now to Jessica Formoso, Fox 5 Jessica Formoso, outside Trump Tower. Jess, you were telling us you were seeing a little bit of movement a few minutes ago when we last checked in with you. Has anything changed now? What are you seeing?
Teresa and Chris, that's right. We saw movement and we continue to see more movement. Now, we're right in the middle between East 55th and 56th, right on 5th Avenue. Before, on 55th, they were allowing pedestrians to walk right by the front of Trump Tower. That has stopped. For the past, I would say, like 5-10 minutes, they have barricaded that the sidewalk here of 55th and 56th. No one is allowed to come in and out of this area here. Police standing guard. Even the storefronts that are here, some of the employees were coming out and police told them, nope, you cannot walk on the sidewalk here anymore. So already a lot of movement here, and also in front of Trump Tower, we are seeing more police presence. Barricades were moved around. We are hearing choppers above. That could also be, news outlets up above, but we are hearing choppers. We are seeing barricades being moved and police officers standing guard. We have seen also the door of that van open, but no movement as far as Donald Trump coming down and going into that van at all. But we are still standing guard. A lot of media out here, just as Linda was saying that there's a lot of media outside the courthouse. A lot of media out here. Men and women have been standing out here for hours. You're taking a look at them right now. They are standing up in ladders, whatever they can to get that shot of the president moving. And as we are speaking now, right now, I can see an officer just moved to barricade. One of the police officers' cruisers was moved back, and I'm starting to see, and I think that is Chris and Teresa, Secret Service out there now. The men in the suits, the sunglasses, I can see them here in the corner. They were here before but had left, and now they're back again. So you have heard my colleague Linda say that this was supposed to happen around 11 o'clock, then 1 o'clock. So we're in that 1 o'clock mark now. He is expected to head over and go before the judge at around 2 o'clock. So this could happen literally in any moment, in any second. And again, just to tell you guys what's been happening already. The sidewalks have been barricaded. No one on the Trump Tower side are allowed to walk by anymore. Police have closed it off. And you can hear some of the photographers here yelling behind me, and they're telling the police officers that they can please get out of the way so they can get that shot. So everyone just waiting here. We're waiting for that shot, that moment when former President Donald Trump comes out of Trump Tower. That's the latest I have from here from now. But of course, guys, as soon as it happens, you guys can come back to us live, and we will bring it to you as it all unfolds.
Jess, thank you very much. It's interesting that they've stopped foot traffic. I mean, noteworthy that it seems like we're getting closer here.
Yeah, not foot traffic, but not vehicular traffic.
Right. They're still clearly passing by. Yeah.
We still got some time, we believe.
All right, stay with us. We'll be back with more continuing coverage right after this.
Thinking about selling your home in today's more challenging market? Well, you don't have to let it sit for weeks or months trying to sell it the traditional way. At 72 Sold, you can get a price thousands more than if you sold the traditional way and get it done A to Z in just 8 days. Thinking about selling?
And just like that, we're back because we are getting word that Donald Trump is exiting Trump Tower. I believe we have a live picture.
Let's go to Skyfox HD, who at least in part of the former president's motorcade, Secret Service readying the cars there. As you know by now, the former president will leave Trump Tower and head downtown to Lower Manhattan, where he will be officially booked, quote-unquote, arrested, and then eventually arraigned on charges related to that hush money probe.
And as we've been sort of speculating, talking about all morning, we initially thought he might depart Trump Tower around 11 a.m., then it was maybe 1 p.m., then it was maybe 12:30. And we've been speculating a lot over the last couple weeks, but now, the expected arraignment time was 2:15. So, and here we see the motorcade moving.
Yeah, it's interesting. In normal times, if you're not talking about a presidential motorcade, it would take somebody about 20-25 minutes or so to get downtown. But when you have this type of coordination, it would only take him, maybe 10 minutes?
I would think so.
At most?
With the street closures that they have throughout the city right now.
So Jess Formosa was out there live, and she was telling us that it was about 1 o'clock, 1:05, that they stopped foot traffic, pedestrian traffic in that area. They were still allowing vehicular traffic as of just a few minutes ago.
As of seconds ago, right? We were literally just watching.
And there they go. And so they'll travel down Fifth Avenue, eventually making their way to Lower Manhattan. And we have been speculating as to how long this entire process is going to take. The former president has about an hour and 5 minutes. before he is set to appear before Judge Juan Merchan for his arraignment. The whole booking process and all could take hours, but it's not going to because of who he is.
Yeah, and this is, of course, a very unique situation that we're talking about here. We've been talking, for the last week or so now. We do not believe he will be handcuffed. We've been talking about that with our guest today. There's reporting out there now that he may not even have a mugshot taken. It was out there that the mugshot may be taken but not released. Now there may not even be one.
This is such a great vantage point because you can see the coordination by the NYPD and other law enforcement to ensure that the route is secure. Right by Trump Tower, if you saw, there were flatbed trucks that were blocking some of those side streets. Of course, there are metal barricades and everything up, but we know that for parades and for other high-profile events, including when the UN General Assembly is in town, they put dump trucks in certain places, they put flatbed trucks, anything that could prevent somebody wanting to do harm from being able to get to those side streets. And this is, about as clear of a route as you can get. The last time I saw the streets this clear, frankly, was during COVID.
I want to ask if we can bring in our guest, Imran Ansari. Is he mic'd right now? Can we go to Imran to just sort of provide some color and some context on what's going to happen next here? Imran, when he arrives at criminal court, walk us through what we think is going to happen, how this is going to play out.
Sure. So this is a controlled surrender, of course. So Donald Trump is going down to court.
Give us 1 second. We're going to turn your mic on and come back to you. Imran, apologies for that. But once again, we are watching.
Like the former president has a motorcade of about 9 or 10 vehicles with the NYPD car in front. They're turning onto a side street. Perhaps they're going to go take the FDR. We're not sure of the exact route. That is on purpose.
Yeah, they're not going to be telegraphing, his exact movements to us today, his way down to the courthouse. But I do believe we have, Imran, your mic is turned back on. If you don't mind, walk us through what we expect will happen today. Obviously, no one's ever seen what we're going to see here happen before today, but what do you think is going to go down?
So this is controlled surrender. Donald Trump is being led to court now. He's going to go through, quote-unquote, central booking. There is obviously a charge, an indictment. He needs to be processed on those charges and indictment, and his first point of contact is going to be with NYPD as they go through the booking process. I think it's going to be a very expedited process during this quote-unquote lunch hour at court. 2:15, I think they'll be bringing him into that courtroom, we know, for arraignment on the charges. But within this time frame now, when he gets to court, before going before the Judge Merchan, we can expect that he goes through that booking process. You get reporting both ways. Is he going to have his mugshot taken? It's part of the process. NYPD protocol, any arrest protocol is to take a mugshot. I think that he may still have his mugshot taken, that's my opinion, but he'll be processed, fingerprinted, and taken before the judge, and that's what I think is going to happen once he gets to court.
Okay, this might seem like a silly question, but what is in fact the purpose of the mugshot? For a normal defendant, why would you need a mugshot, and how could that apply to the former president?
Sure. So once an arrest takes place, whether you be the president of the United States, a former president of the United States, or someone who was just arrested downtown on the street, there's protocol, and I think that if they're going to have a message that the president isn't above the law and he's going to be processed in a similar fashion, then that mugshot may be something that they're going to take it, and plus it carries with the defendant. Now, Donald Trump is now a criminal defendant once he's arraigned on those charges. So that mugshot carries with defendant through the arrest paperwork, through the paperwork for the NYPD, and also the DA's office.
And I do want to point out we are looking at this live picture from Skyfox HD. They are traveling along the FDR as we speak. Imran, I'm curious to ask you, there's chatter about a possible gag order here. We know Donald Trump wants to talk possibly leading into the arraignment today, possibly tonight at Mar-a-Lago. That's his plan, at least. If there's a gag order put in place, would this come today, and would this prohibit him from saying anything further at all?
So I think the gag order would have to be litigated in many ways, right? So if there is a gag order in place from this judge, first it would be a motion from the prosecution in order to have that gag order. If it is in fact something coming from the DA's office, I don't think Judge Merchan is necessarily going to go sua sponte. What does that mean? Just from the bench saying, Donald Trump, you can't talk about this, right? There is the First Amendment, of course. However, one concern that both the defense defense has, and now I think the prosecution, if in fact there is no sort of silence from Donald Trump's camp, is whether he could get a fair trial. And of course, the fair trial is a concern for Donald Trump and the defense team, but also for the prosecution. You know, you don't want to have this so infused with politics that you can't have a fair trial. And I think that Alvin Bragg's office also has the uphill battle here of showing the public with transparency that it's not a political prosecution and that it's based on good law.
But isn't that always the prosecution's uphill battle anytime you take on a case? Because it is the prosecution's responsibility to prove that the person did the crime beyond a reasonable doubt, right? That he is presumed innocent, regardless of what you think of Donald Trump. He's walking into that courtroom with the presumption of innocence on his side.
Yeah, absolutely. He goes into that courtroom with that cloak of the presumption of innocence. The DA's office has to prove his guilt, but I think in this case, Teresa and Chris, I think it's even more so that the DA's office needs to gain the public's trust that this is an indictment that is grounded on good evidence, good testimony, and not a politically motivated prosecution. So this is unprecedented. I keep saying that. We keep saying that on the media, but it really is. And I think that the DA's office are going to have, you know, all the more of a responsibility here to show that it's a good charge and also grounded on good evidence.
Unprecedented, but at the end of the day, when we see the indictment, these are charges that many a lawyer has had to fight in court before. The charges themselves are not necessarily new. They're not. It's not a new kind of criminal charge here. It's just the person at the center of it that's new. So it'll be interesting to see how both sides build up their case based on what's in this indictment. For all we know, this is something that Bragg's office, or Bragg as an attorney, has fought 100 times before in terms of falsifying business records, if that's really what this is.
And we might hear from Alvin Bragg himself this afternoon. There's a planned 3:30 press conference, so we'll be watching for that for sure. Let's right now, Imran, if you don't mind standing by for a minute, we want to go back to Jessica Formoso, who is outside Trump Tower. We're going to continue to watch this live picture, but Jess, about 5 minutes ago, did you see the former president walk out? Walk us through what you saw.
Chris, so right after I spoke to you and Teresa, literally within seconds, we just saw this commotion. It was very quick. I wasn't able to see him because, as you guys know, I'm short, so I'm standing. But our colleague Antoine was on a ladder there on the side, and he was able to get a good look at the president. He told me what he saw. He says, Antoine says, the president looked over at the cameras, did the fist pumps, both hands, and then got into the motorcade and drove away. He did not, and this is what one thing you guys were saying, that vehicular traffic was not, stopped. It wasn't closed off to traffic, and that's because they went east on 56th Street. So it was very quick, but he did stop. He did look at the cameras. He did do this. As you know, we usually see him do that. He went right into the motorcade, and his motorcade just took off, of course, with Secret Service and NYPD following. I have to just tell you what's happening here, though. Still on the east side of the street here, still closed to pedestrians. The west side has been open all day, but right now, just a lot of foot traffic here. I mean, no one is walking by here, and if you are pushing and shoving. But this happened so quickly. I was speaking to you guys, I signed off the air, and within a second or two, there it happened. So quick. We were expecting this to happen earlier, around 11 a.m. Then we said 1 o'clock, and it did happen. It happened around, 1:05 or so. But that's the scene here. I'm curious to see what he's going to do when he gets over to the courthouse. I'm sure that he's also going to greet his supporters and possibly also the media. He doesn't shy away from cameras, so as expected, he didn't talk to us, but he did his normal sign that we usually see him do, and that was it, and he took off.
Well, guys, just as you're speaking, I'm thinking to myself, there is perhaps no one on planet Earth that understands the coordination of a public image better than Donald Trump.
Yes.
He is someone who understands that his image will be everywhere and everywhere, I guess you could say. And anything that he can use publicity-wise can also be used against him.
Which brings us to the question of how do you find, and this is a great question for our guest right here, Imran Ansari, how do you find a jury, an impartial jury, for a trial, the potential trial involving Donald Trump.
Yeah, especially in Manhattan, right? So we know that Manhattan, as a borough, New York City in general, leans blue. It's a Democrat voting city, and it's a concern that they're going to have on the defense side of whether they can get a fair trial for Donald Trump. And we already anticipate that there's going to be motions from the defense to change venue, to bring it out of Manhattan as a county to a area where there may be more GOP voters, and you could have a population sort of subset there that is more fair and imbalanced. But that's going to be something that they're going to have an uphill battle doing in many ways in Manhattan.
I was going to say, what are the chances that a judge might agree to that?
Right. Well, if they're going to be able to make a compelling argument to the judge, right? When I say they, I mean the defense team, that he won't be able to get a fair jury here. He won't be able to get a jury which is going to be fair and impartial as they hear the charges. Then there is a good chance that a judge will see that, and especially in this circumstance where the DA's office, the defense, and the courts are going to want to show that this is a fair trial. If it goes to trial, this is a fair process for Donald Trump. Then they may look at this and say, okay, let's move the venue. Let's take it out to an area where the population isn't so politically left, and that way we can ensure that he gets a fair trial.
But on the flip side of that, you put it into a population where that population might lean more Republican or what have you. I mean, if you take this case and you put it, say, on the borough of Staten Island, well, that's in terms of the makeup of New York City, by and large, that's where most of our conservative voters are. And of course, I mean, there are people all around New York City who have voted for this man. He got 70 million plus votes in the last election. So there are people who really like him, whether or not they're even registered as a Republican or a Democrat. So it'll be interesting to see how this whole thing plays out and how long it actually takes them to seat a jury. I mean, they could go through hundreds, if not, what, thousands of people to try to seat a group of 12, 14?
Absolutely. And when you have a public trial in general, whether you be Donald Trump is something which is totally a new thing that we will see here, because now you're not only having a public image which may be leaning one way or another or having a certain view or opinion on Donald Trump, you have it also infused with politics. And when you're trying to get a fair, impartial jury, you're trying to weed out the people who are going to come onto a jury and perhaps render a verdict in a certain way because they're thinking not on the evidence, but really going to certain beliefs and biases that lead them to render a verdict a certain way. With Donald Trump, all the more so. Arguably, he's the most polarizing president that this country has had in recent history. So it's going to be a real chore for his defense team in trying to pick and select a jury that's going to be fair and impartial.
And Imran, I want to point out to our viewers, within the last 30 seconds or so, it looked like we saw the motorcade exiting the FDR. They appear to be now very close to right outside the courthouse. We want to go back to Linda Schmidt. Linda, are you seeing an approaching motorcade at this point? If you can hear me?
Yeah, Chris and Teresa, I can hear you. Look, there are helicopters above us now. I'm guessing they are NYPD helicopters that are flying above us. They just appeared here, so I'm sure that the motorcade is getting close here to the court. We are not going to be able to see the motorcade because it is not going to be pulling up in front of us, and he's not going to be going in the front door. He's going to be going around the corner, around the block from us, into the entrance where DA Alvin Bragg is. Also, there are multiple helicopters. I don't know if you can hear them, but multiple helicopters above us. One thing I do want to point out, though, as soon as Jessica was saying that Donald Trump had left Trump Tower, at that moment, the long line of reporters who I was telling you about just a little while ago, who have tickets to get into the courtroom, they started letting the line move, and they are taking them now into the court.
And Linda, we just want to stop you for 1 minute. We are looking at Sky Fox video of the former president exiting his motorcade and now entering the courthouse downtown. So as you continue to talk to us, we are actually seeing live pictures of Donald Trump entering with his security detail, the Secret Service detail, as well as members of the NYPD and others.
And he is now inside the building, it appears.
All right, so Linda, so you were just explaining...
And the entrance that he's going into is the entrance of the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg.
Yeah, that's
I'm sorry. Hey, guys, there's like a 7-second delay in when you speak to me and then I respond to you.
All right, Linda, thank you. Yes, we were just commenting.
Do you have a question for me?
We were just commenting on what you were able to see there. You said that as the motorcade was exiting the FDR and pulling onto the side streets in Lower Manhattan, that a number of reporters were lining up attempting to get some sort of glimpse of it.
No, the reporters that are lined up, they're lined up next to us. These are the reporters who all have tickets to be in the courtroom on the 15th floor for the arraignment. They had been standing in line since last night, got those tickets, and then they were taken to a different area this morning, brought back here about an hour ago, and now they are being taken into the courtroom. So that's in coordination with Donald Trump's motorcade arriving here at the DA's office. And again, I just want to make sure that this is clear for the public. We're in front of the courthouse, which is the front door. He's not going to be walking in that door. His motorcade pulled on Hogan Place. That's around the corner from where we are. And he gets out of the car and he walked in through the entrance that the Manhattan District Attorney goes in and out of, as well as the employees that work for the DA's office. So we are not going to see him in person in this area. That's not going to happen.
Linda, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And we should point out while we sit here for a second, it is kind of comical because the delay is severe and significant at times, as Linda mentioned, 7 seconds, because there's just so many members of the media all using their cell phones, all using their Wi-Fi hotspots to transmit live video. So this is what we're dealing with today. I want to bring
from around the world.
Yeah, all over the world. Let's bring Imran Ansari back in here. Imran, what is happening right now inside that courthouse?
Donald Trump's in the building, but he's gone, as was noted, into the DA's office. And that's probably because he's going to be led through a certain entrance where it's going to be more discreet. He's going to be able to go into the courthouse through the entrance through the DA's office, which ADAs and the district attorney himself and other personnel use every day. That way it's a more discreet entrance, and I would imagine that he's right now in custody, quote unquote, of NYPD or the detective investigators who are associated with the DA's office. They're going to process that arrest because that needs to be had before he's brought into court. They need to actually formalize the charges in terms of the NYPD, generate an arrest report. It's not a traditional arrest, but this is what happens when there's a controlled surrender. And then ultimately he's going to be brought before that judge where the formal charges from the grand jury indictment will be read to him.
I'm envisioning this to sort of be very cinematic, where he walks into the room, Alvin Bragg is standing there, he says something along the lines of, "You have the right to remain silent," or "We are arresting you for X, Y, and Z," and he goes through this entire speech, essentially, of what the former president allegedly did wrong. I would imagine I've made that up, and that's only going on in my head. Or is there some truth to that?
Well, no, I think it's going to be following. It's not a traditional situation whatsoever.
But do they have to read him his rights?
Well, right now, yes. So certain rights are read. Right, those are the Miranda warnings. That is something which accompanies every arrest, or should accompany every arrest. That may be dispensed with a deal with his attorneys, Joe Tacopina, etc. If they decided, okay, you don't need to Mirandize him. But I would expect that they would do that because there's certain procedures under the law that are required when an arrest is processed, right? Whether you be Donald Trump or XYZ off the street. What happens in the courtroom is not necessarily so dramatic. In a typical situation when a defendant is being arraigned on an indictment, the case is called, the defendant and his or her attorney are at a desk, prosecutor at the other desk, and then the indictment is revealed, the charges are discussed, the defense attorney sometimes waives the reading of the charges, but not the rights thereunder, meaning let's expedite the process, you don't need to read everything, I can see it later, this is the accusatory instrument, this is the indictment, and then they move on with the formalities.
Because those are usually quite long.
Correct.
If you were to read them out loud.
Especially if it's true that there are roughly 30 charges here.
Right.
It would take a long time to get through that.
Exactly. But so I was actually thinking, is that going to happen in this case? Are they going to dispense with the formal reading at every single count? Or will Donald Trump want that to be read in court, live in front of him, with his attorneys there? And I think that they may want the reading of the indictment in this case. It could be something which is going to assist him with his sort of PR image with this arrest, which we know Donald Trump has underway. But, you know, that's typically what's going to happen in the courtroom. And I think we hear that Donald Trump, rather than his attorney, will be entering his plea of not guilty after the charges are read.
Can I ask you, do you have any experience, you know, presenting a case in front of Judge Juan Merchan? What kind of judge is he?
Yes, so Judge Merchan has a excellent reputation. He is an even-keeled judge. He is a fair judge. He is a judge who really comes from humble beginnings. He worked his way. He was born in Queens. He worked his way into law school. He was a DA, so he was at the DA's office, you know, in Manhattan as an ADA for many years. And now he's a judge. He has an excellent reputation. He's known to be a fair judge. He's of even temperament. He gives both the prosecution and the defense a fair shake. And, you know, in that regard, even Trump's attorney, Joe Tacopina, I think, stated that he has no grounds necessarily to believe that he's biased in any way. Of course, we know Donald Trump tweeted or sent out a message on social media on the other hand, but my experience with him is that he's pretty even-keeled.
We've heard tough but compassionate. That's the way that most people have described him.
Did his decision last night to allow still cameras but not video cameras surprise you at all?
It doesn't. So I think the video cameras in the courtroom, although we would have loved that, to have that in the courtroom, would have been a little disruptive, but the still cameras is the even balance, right? So Judge Merchan has the responsibility on his shoulders to show the country that this is going to be a fair and just process. That shouldn't be unique. That should be on every case. Again, whether you're the president or someone else, it should be a fair and just process. But when you have the country so polarized, right? And a lot of people, very skeptical about the motivations behind this prosecution. Judge Merchan has the responsibility in many ways to make sure that the public is getting as much access to this as possible.
We've heard some speculation.
I believe, forgive me for interrupting, I believe we are looking at our first close-up video of Donald Trump. Appears to be entering the DA's office here downtown.
And that occurred just a few minutes ago, walking in, as you saw, with his Secret Service detail and members of the NYPD. And as you were saying, he's now going, or at this point probably likely is, inside of the DA's office. And they're beginning the formal process of, can we say, arresting him? Even though he's not going to be put in handcuffs, this whole thing would constitute as an arrest, yes?
It is an arrest.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so arresting him, and then eventually, in just about the next 45 minutes, he'll make his way over to the 15th floor of the courthouse and be arraigned on those charges. Whatever they might be, we're still waiting to see.
Exactly, and you know, that it is an arrest. Just to go back to that, you know, once an indictment is handed down, those are criminal charges, and when the person is brought into custody, that's an arrest. So even though they may dispense with some of the formalities, given the fact that this is the former president, he is technically considered under arrest and being brought upon charges.
We've been talking a bit about the judge. I want to ask you a little bit about Trump's defense team. There's been a little bit made of the fact that they added a new attorney yesterday, Todd Blanche, I believe is his name. Have you worked with him before, and what does this signal to you, if anything?
Sure. So, yeah, Todd Blanche just left his firm, Cadwalder, because, you know, in order to take on this representation. He was an attorney who was representing the Weisselberg, and he was involved in that case. So he has a familiarity with the Trump organization, with Donald Trump, and he's joined the team. Joe Tacopina, I know. Joe Tacopina he's a skilled defense attorney. And also Susan Nicholas is another attorney who I know on the Trump defense team. She is a brilliant, smart attorney. And listen, he has a lot of good attorneys in his camp. And I expect that they're going to defend him very vigorously, and they're not going to leave any stone unturned in that defense.
How important is it that he has a New York-based team?
It's important only because, well, I shouldn't say only, multiple points. First point is that they have a familiarity with this jurisdiction. If you're an attorney in another area, you're used to practicing in a certain court, you're used to dealing with certain offices in terms of the DA's office. These are New York-based attorneys. They know the DA's office in Manhattan. They may know Alvin Bragg. They've had other cases with the DA's office. And importantly, they know the ins and outs of 100 Center Street, the judges, the way the procedure is, the culture of the courthouse, which is important. You should know the culture of the courthouse. So I think it's important to have those New York attorneys in his camp. And of course, Donald Trump has his roots here in New York. He may not call himself a New Yorker anymore, but he has his roots in New York. So I think him lawyering up with New York attorneys who know the system here, who know the players, was a smart move.
What do you make of the fact that we're going to hear from Alvin Bragg today, in his own words, for the very first time here? What are you going to be listening for closest here?
I think the basis and motivation for his office to bring these charges. He's under a lot of fire, not only from Republicans, but also some Democrats who are very skeptical or saying this shouldn't have been done at this time, or you could have brought charges which arguably may have been more serious at an earlier time. You didn't do that. So what's the motivation about taking on this prosecution now? I think it's important that he dispels of any criticism. Of course, there will always be criticism, and I think the criticism will mount, but he should do his best to show the public that his office has done, taken on this investigation, these charges, not as a politically motivated move, but that there was good basis to bring these charges.
All right, we'll leave it there for right now, Imran. We want to go live to Ashley Rodriguez, who is following some of the demonstrations in Lower Manhattan that are happening at this hour. Ashley, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Teresa, I think things are a bit calm right now because everybody was glued to their phone as they were kind of following the procession, and we could hear the helicopters as well. But really, we're in Collect Pond Park, and I'm on the anti-Trump side. The police are here. Their presence is very heavy. They have barricaded the park around it, and then they barricaded it two separate sides. They're trying to keep the different protesting factions apart. And now the people behind me, for the most part, this is about a New Yorker. This is about a man from Queens. The anti-Trump people behind me, these are really just made up of local New Yorkers who say they've waited a long time for this day to come. And what they don't want is for the pro-Trump people to show up and make it look like Trump has the support of the masses. They tell me today is about the last 50 years of watching Trump get away with what they believe, whatever he wants, whether it's tax fraud, election interference, January 6th, you name it. They say they're frustrated and they're over it. And there are fewer of the anti-Trump protesters out here, but they're making sure that their message is heard. They've lined up along the barricade. They're literally challenging the pro-Trumpers on the other side by chanting and yelling and beating drums and making noise just to make sure they get their point across. Take a listen. Oh, okay. It looks like we don't have the sound bite. Now, I can tell you the energy is starting to come back up again now that he's inside the building. Things have been pretty calm out here. We have started to see the tensions flare. Like I mentioned, the two sides of this park are separate, but there is an entryway into this part. And I'm only on this part, so all I can tell you, I'm only in the anti-Trump side. All I can tell you is the walkway that leads into it. There are pro-Trumpers who have repeatedly tried to come in. These folks don't want anything to do with them. They don't want them in here. So then they all gather around the pro-Trump protester and they bang their drums and they forcibly get them out. And it has gotten tense at times. Now there's, like I said, a lot of officers around. They're watching very closely, but so far they have not interfered. They've not intervened. They've kind of let people just figure it out for themselves. So we're keeping a close eye on that, especially when all this ends and Trump leaves. How are all these people going to disperse? That's what we're keeping an eye on. But so far, so good. Everyone on their best behavior. We'll send it back to you.
Ashley, thank you very much. We want to go now to the same park. The protesters out there in support of Donald Trump. Marjorie Taylor Greene was out there earlier. We saw George Santos. Our own Lisa Evers is out there. Lisa, how are things looking right now on your side of the park?
Well, Chris, the park is filled up up considerably within the last half hour to 45 minutes, and let me show you where we're at. We are right in the middle of it. The NYPD has set up these barricades here that have been up here the entire day. So on the one side of the park, there are the people who are against President Trump, and then let's swing over here to the other side where you'll see the people who are in support of President Trump. Now, there's a lot of dialogue going on back and forth. You see people exchanging ideas. This was all what the mayor and the police commissioner said that the NYPD would be preparing to encourage and to allow people to express their views as long as they've been peaceful. Now, at times it has gotten very heated, and there were larger groups where people were really being confrontational with each other. At that point, during this corridor, this open corridor, there was a single file line of NYPD officers who were just there, and then everybody got the message. They calmed back down, and now they're just waiting for word of what is happening inside that courthouse. But so far, the protests, all the protests, even though they've gotten very heated at times and confrontational, have been very peaceful. And you remember yesterday, we reported on the Fox 5 News about Mayor Adams warning Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene that, yes, she's welcome to come to New York, but please behave yourself, basically is what he said. And she held a rally here earlier this morning that was being carefully watched by a lot of people. And we have a soundbite from her. Let's play for you what she had to say when she was here earlier.
The government has been weaponized against him. I'm here to protest and use my voice and take a stand. Every American should take a stand. This is what happens in communist countries, not the United States of America.
I'm not here for the cameras. I'm here to support the President of the United States, who's being unfairly attacked by a DA.
All right. Apologies for that. Once again, we're dealing with a lot of media, a lot of camera, a lot of cell phone service going on down there. But that was Lisa Evers reporting downtown in Collect Pond Park, just across the street from the criminal courthouse. And as we've been talking about, Donald Trump now inside on the premises.
Under
he entered
arrest.
Yes, he is under arrest. The former president of the United States now officially under arrest.
He is now essentially a criminal defendant, and so we will see what in fact happens with his case going forward. He's due to appear in court before Judge Juan Merchan in about a half hour's time, and as we understand at this point, he is in the DA's office, and they are going through the formalities of essentially booking him and charging him with the crimes.
And once again, we will not get video of this moment. The world will not watch it happen, but still cameras, according to Judge Juan Merchan, who issued this order last night. Still photographers, I think it's 5 of them, will be allowed inside for a few minutes before the arraignment actually begins. So we won't even get photographs during the arraignment. We'll get the activity that happens beforehand as Trump enters the room, presumably there at the courthouse.
But most notably, there are cameras allowed in the hallway.
Yes.
So let's go to Linda Schmidt. She is just right outside that building downtown Lower Manhattan. Linda, what can you tell us from your vantage point?
Well, what we're seeing at this particular time is this is the courthouse right here behind me. And as I told you guys earlier today, the park where all of those protesters are, just feet away from where we are. There are several hundred in that park right now. But as Lisa was just saying, and also Ashley, no chaos, no violence, just a lot of theatrics going on at this point, and people, they want their voices to be heard. Now, the president, now under arrest, he surrendered to Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, and he is going to find out, once he enters court, what the exact charges are against him. Now, as part of the process of booking, which is the word that we use, booking or processing somebody who is under arrest, is that they get fingerprinted. That is going to happen. The mugshot, as you have been hearing all day today, not sure if that's going to happen or not. A lot of people believe that is definitely going to happen, but he is definitely not going to be in handcuffs at all, and that's because he is surrounded by Secret Service from start to finish, and as a result, he's not a danger to any of the court officers, he's not a danger to law enforcement, he's not a danger to himself, and he's not a danger to the public, and there's no risk of him fleeing, so he is not going to be handcuffed at all. One thing, though, that he has been doing leading up to today's proceeding, which his lawyers have not been happy about, is he has been highly critical of Manhattan District District Attorney Alvin Bragg, and even at sometimes calling him names. His own attorneys said that they would advise him against doing so. He's also been highly critical of the judge, Juan Merchan, and any attorney will tell you that you really shouldn't be criticizing your judge going into a proceeding. That is not the best course of action. You're not really going to endear yourself to a judge by criticizing them and calling them names and making allegations against them. Now, the whole procedure here, though, is supposed to take about 20 to 30 minutes, so it's probably going to happen at 2:15, as was previously scheduled, and then he's going to be taken out of here. He's going to come out of the same entrance that he went into. You guys saw that, in through the DA's entrance for the employees, and then he's going to head immediately to LaGuardia Airport, get on a plane, and head back down to Mar-a-Lago. We are not going to be seeing him unless something happens that none of us are expecting, and he suddenly walks out here. We are not supposed to be seeing him. I highly doubt that Secret Service would allow him to do something like that, because honestly, that could put him in danger. There aren't any, people that are gathering here. They're not checking them to see if anybody could possibly have a weapon. We have no idea. They haven't checked them. So I can't imagine that Secret Service would allow him to just go walking through the streets or even walk down this street here, even though there are barricades. Reporters I know are in the courtroom now. The courtroom is a large courtroom. It's the largest one here at criminal court, but it's still not that big for hundreds of reporters to be in there. There's about 25, and then there's going to be 2 overflow courtrooms where reporters are going to be sitting in there and watching all of this unfold on a video monitor. But Teresa, you were saying there are cameras, TV cameras allowed in the hallways. The assumption is we're going to see Donald Trump walking down the hallway and walking back, and we had heard earlier today that he was going to be stopping and talking to the media. Whether or not that happens, who really knows? Because with Donald Trump, you never know. He doesn't shy away from media attention, that's for sure. Everybody knows that. But whether or not Secret Service allows him to do that is the question. And then inside court, just 5 still cameras, as Chris was talking about, and they're going to be able to take pictures of him in the courtroom prior to the arraignment beginning, and then moments before the arraignment begins, they are going to be ushered out. So we're not going to have any video or any pictures of the actual arraignment itself. The judge said that what he needed to do was balance the public's right to be able to witness history here and balance that with justice and fairness to President Trump, the accused. Once the arraignment is over, the DA's office is supposed to be getting us the actual indictment itself. We don't know how many pages it is. Could it be 20, 30, it could be 50 pages. You have no idea. But at that point, everyone will be poring over and reading that arraignment to see exactly what the charges are. But obviously, we've been hearing for quite some time now that the charges could be anywhere from 30 counts to 34 counts and include many felonies. Back inside to you.
And as you were talking, Linda, right as you were talking about the fact that there is a camera positioned inside the hallway, we saw this camera for the very first time. Perhaps the most intriguing angle we are going to get today, because as Linda was talking about, this would be the spot if Donald Trump were to stop and say something. This is going to be the camera before he enters the courtroom.
It's so interesting to me because you look outside the courthouse, you have Linda surrounded by media from around the world. We have Ashley Rodriguez and Lisa Evers. They are surrounded by throngs of people who are protesting one way or the other. And then you have, although there's a lot of people, you have a very quiet courthouse. I mean, it stands in juxtaposition to everything that is happening outside. It's very orderly. There are, of course, a dozen, 2 dozen people there, but by and large, this could be any other case that we are seeing, with the sole exception of the fact that there are so many people and so much law enforcement. Yeah. I've been in this courthouse. I covered the Cuba Gooding Jr.'s case there. Of course, we know that Harvey Weinstein's case was there. Typically, and I wonder if this is what's going to happen here, those metal barricades that are against that marble wall, that's normally where they keep the press to keep them away from the different parties and the defendant as they are walking into that courthouse. But then, as you see on the far side, there's also a barricade there. So I wonder if they're going to put people there as well. Maybe perhaps that's where the media will be, to kind of give a wide berth so that the former president is safe and secure from anything that could potentially happen. we don't think anything's going to happen, but in these situations, you can't be too safe.
Yeah, and I think we should reiterate, as we've mentioned throughout the morning, that the courthouse is still open for other regular business today. This is not shut down entirely. Imran Ansari was just telling us, there are other things going on today. We heard from Arthur Idala this morning on Good Day saying there are other cases there. It's a relatively light day. It just so happens to be a relatively light day down there at the courthouse. But there are other cases other than the arraignment of a former sitting U.S. president.
And if you're somebody at home, you might think that's wild.
Because
really?
it is.
I mean, because it is. The windows have been blacked out there. I mean, this is, we have said, the word has been overused at this point, but unprecedented through and through. We were even saying that in the DA's office, presumably, there are assistant district attorneys who are just continuing on with their normal caseload today. And as this whole entire thing is going through, as the former president is walking in, as he is being arrested, as this whole process is unfolding, they're working on whatever criminal case they have to, prepare for their judge.
It is astounding. And as we continue to watch this shot, because I don't really want to pull away from this right now, but I want to go back to Imran Ansari if we can. How long do you think, in your best estimation, this process, this arraignment in the actual courtroom might take today?
I think it all depends whether his team and Donald Trump want the indictment actually read in full. It could be an expedited process. I think that in conjunction with the court staff, the judge, the DA's office, of course, his attorneys, they're going to try to make this as smooth as possible. It's really dependent on what we see from the Trump team in terms of what they sort of record they want out there. But an indictment itself, an arraignment on an indictment itself in the usual course of business in court could be anywhere, between 3 minutes to 10 minutes. It's something that isn't necessarily a lengthy process. Even if the indictment is lengthy itself, often attorneys will waive the reading of the indictment, but not the rights thereunder. And the court is sort of moving cases throughout the court docket throughout the day. Here, however, it may be more formal. It may have more length or meat and substance to it as a first appearance, an arraignment on the indictment. We really have to wait and see. But I would imagine also a consideration would be the court and the staff wanting this to be a expedited and safe process, so business can go on as usual at that courthouse, in the DA's office, with other cases coming in and out, attorneys coming in and out, members of the public coming in and out, and of course outside that courtroom and courthouse, making sure things are in a law and order fashion.
I mean, if this was any other case, obviously the defendant would stand up and be given the opportunity to enter a plea. In this case, Joe Tacopina and others have said unequivocally he will plead not guilty no matter what the charges are. He is entering a not guilty plea. But then going forward, what else could possibly happen? I mean, since we don't know the exact crimes, we don't even know if they're bail eligible crimes, but presumably they are. And so there's not going to, the bail will not be an issue in this proceeding. Will they set a date for a preliminary hearing, or for somebody who doesn't normally cover court cases, for the next time the team has to be back in court?
Sure. Now, the next dates would be essentially for discovery to play out, but also in this case, I would expect that the defense team are going to be seeking motions to dismiss and really looking to pick apart the charges in this indictment, file motions to dismiss, be critical of the evidence that are the forms, the basis of this indictment. So I think the next dates that we see are going to be preliminary dates, but dates dealing with anticipated motions from the defense team in regards to these charges.
And just one more thing on that. As I understand it, New York's discovery laws are different than other states. When this arraignment happens, effectively, the DA's office has to not hand over their case, but essentially hand over everything they have. Is that right?
Correct. So in New York, we have what's known as open file discovery, meaning that the prosecution are very forthright with the evidence and the discovery that they have in terms of facilitating and handing that over to the defense. I think in this case, it's going to be even more important for the defense team to get that, but also for the public to find out what the basis is for these charges in order for, there has to be some trust in the justice system, has to be some trust in this process. And I think it would behoove the DA's office, Alvin Bragg, to make this the most transparent prosecution possible.
On that front, do you think we might actually learn about any additional evidence that he has today, or might we have to wait for these other hearings and the discovery process to play out?
I think we're going to have to wait, but we're going to find the charges out, right? We're going to know what charges they are, and you can sort of infer from the charges what kind of evidence the DA's office may have and what they presented to that grand jury in order to support those charges. But I think this is going to be a process that plays out more in the public domain because, of course, there is a huge public interest seeing the former president being brought up on these charges, but also in terms of precedent going forward. And when I say precedent, I mean legal precedent going forward on making sure that this doesn't set bad precedent and making sure it's a transparent process for the American people.
Prediction time. Do you think he has more than what's been out there in the news media and various reports we've been seeing? Do you think that you expect there to be some type of revelation here?
It's a secret process, right? Sure. Grand jury proceedings, presentation, evidence before the grand jury. It's a private, confidential process. Of course, we've had leaks. We know Michael Cohen testified. We know Costello testified.
David Pecker from the National Enquirer.
Exactly. So we know that there's been testimony before that grand jury. But what is all the other evidence? And now we hear that there are multiple charges, possibly multiple felony charges. Yeah. We need to know, and the public needs to know, his defense team needs to know what the evidence is to support those multiple felony charges, and ideally we're finding out sooner rather than later. Do
you expect this to be a bare bones indictment, or do you expect this to be something quite substantial?
I think it's going to be substantial. We heard, originally we heard there was a misdemeanor charge. It's going to be the misdemeanor charge regarding falsification of business records. Then there's the e-felony charge for falsification of business records, which has that enhancement based on falsification in furtherance of another crime. But now you have reports, and again, I don't like to speculate. We're going to find out soon enough about multiple felony charges, right? So those could be tied with multiple instances of falsification. But it also begs the question, how many felony charges can you indict on stemming from what we know in terms of the hush money and, what are the charges? It sounds like a lot more substance than we may have originally thought.
I suppose that depends on when they believe the first part of the crime was committed. I mean, did it start with allegedly Donald Trump talking to Michael Cohen to make this go away? Did it start when the money was transferred? I mean, I guess that would depend, right, on when the crime began, not just the conception of it, but the actual putting it through.
Correct. I mean, the timeline is going to be all the more important here in terms of the charges, how it played out, and the basis of the evidence and how that supports that timeline. Again, we heard about multiple charges. My guess is that we're going to be possibly surprised with certain charges coming through this indictment. But regardless, it's real. It's substantive, and it's going to be something that we're going to be dealing with not only on a legal standpoint, but from politics and the public in general here.
It is real. We're watching it unfold before our eyes. If you're just joining us, this is a live camera from the hallway outside the courtroom where Donald Trump is expected to be arraigned. Imran Ansari, if you don't mind, stand by. I want to bring back in another guest of ours, Evie Pomparas, who is a former Secret Service special agent, also spent time with the NYPD. Evie, did you get a chance to watch the motorcade play out? His departure from Trump Tower, his entrance into DA Alvin Bragg's office. Did anything surprise you about the way the movement went?
Yes, that we could actually see it.
Really?
From the aerial perspective, I was watching it and I was having
a clear shot the whole time.
I was shocked that we actually had that shot because you're seeing the vehicles, you're seeing the strategic positioning of the vehicles as they're moving, as they're positioning. We're seeing the whole ride down the FDR. That to me was astonishing. You even saw the staging. We could see the agents and the way they were moving. We could see the president going into his vehicles, the staging process. To me, I feel that in a situation like this, look, normally a former president is not going to get all the assets that a current president will get. But given the circumstances, given the hype and the media coverage, I would have expected attempted arrival, attempted departure, so that we don't see these movements. Again, I think safety, protection, and it's not just what's happening to the president, but also the environment. Here's another thing. We're looking at, these are the elements that you have for a perfect incident to happen. You've got a large population of people in one condensed space, right? Outside Trump Tower, around the courthouse. We also have a lot of people, and we have the perfect thing that anybody who's looking to do an attack needs: media. You don't want to do it unless somebody's going to see it.
Well, and that the tented arrival, the tented departure, they usually put that up so you can't see the protectee,
You don't
right?
want to see the movement.
Do you think this was a request from the former president himself?
And is he even able to make that request? I mean, is he allowed to request that?
You know what? It depends who's in charge in the Secret Service. Sometimes if you have a very strong protectee, they can push very hard and say, I want people to see me. Typically, though, former presidents don't get that. You usually see it with a current president. But I am shocked that in this situation that we could see it. We could see all the movements. Now, something to what you were alluding to earlier on as far as how quiet it is within the courthouse. When you're doing security and kind of the Secret Service would be the lead, you want to clear out everybody from the courthouse, even other attorneys working. You want only necessary people in that area. You want clean, swift movements, because everybody needs to know who everybody is. Just because somebody is in a uniform,
everybody has to be accounted for.
Yes, I don't know who you are and why you're there. A uniform means nothing today. So I want only essential people there, only essential people who have a function. If you don't have a function, whether you work for the district attorney's office or not, or law enforcement, move out of the way, stay clear.
Eva, can you just speak to the fact that here in New York City, we're quite used to dignitaries coming and going. We're quite used to presidential visits. They happen all the time, all year long. So what we saw today, to me, was very reminiscent of all of the other presidential visits that we cover. Watching the motorcade go, especially during the UN General Assembly. So why is it okay in that situation, UN General Assembly, or the president is here for some high-level meetings, why is it okay in that situation to be able to see sort of the entire process, but on a day like today, it would cause a heightened security concern?
Typically, president, you don't see the aerial view of the president because they clear the skies. For a current sitting president, you actually typically don't see the movements. Skies are typically cleared for that. Now, for a foreign dignitary, I don't know of much media coverage where anybody in New York really cares about foreign dignitary movements. I know we have the United Nations. Foreign dignitaries come and go throughout in New York City. I mean, not just for the UN, they have property here, their kids go to school here, they go for medical treatment, so we typically don't see something like this. So don't forget, we clear the skies for a current sitting president.
What about seeing what we're seeing right now, a live camera inside a hallway here? I mean, obviously having a camera there, as long as they went through a sweep, no security risk here, but just as someone who used to protect a president of the United States, what goes through your mind when you see this scene right here?
So from a personal standpoint, I don't like it from the security perspective because, again, outside players can see movements, positioning, how we post people, but then going to the criminal justice system, and I'm a professor, I teach criminal justice, the whole idea of going through the system, it needs to be public. People need to see this. We don't want our court systems to function in secret. It's part of your due process that you're going to get a public arraignment, a trial. So it's finding that balance of what can you secure and what must you make public so that the people can see. The people have a right to see. The people have a right to be in the courtroom to witness this. How many people can you allow in? I do think it was wise that they didn't have the media coverage within because it's going to be too much. Again, you want to find a balance of making this public, letting the American public see it, but then at the same time, you have to think of safety and security. Again, I stress this, not just the President of the United States, but the people around the President. The former President is a target. The way any which way you look at it, when you bring that target around other people, you make everybody in that proximity vulnerable.
Yeah.
Yes.
Evie, we're going to leave it there for just 1 minute. We are going to continue our coverage. You will continue to see this live picture inside of the criminal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. This is the 15th floor where we are awaiting the former president's arrival here so he can begin his arraignment.
And Teresa and I are going to pass the baton to Steve and Natasha, who will continue this coverage of this history-making day.
And you're looking live at the criminal courthouse in Lower Manhattan here. We are awaiting the former president's arrival. This will happen in the next 13 minutes. His arraignment is due to begin at 2:15. So as you see the coordination here, the windows have been blocked out. The only people in this hallway at this time are members of the media who have, of course, been pre-screened. They have gone through metal detectors and the like, but also members of the Secret Service, members of the New York State courts, law enforcement, as well as a significant number of NYPD officers.
All right, Chris and Teresa, we thank you so much. Here we are. Covering history in the making.
Absolutely historic arraignment of Donald Trump right now. We are awaiting his entrance into the courtroom. Again, he'll be coming out from these blackened doors there. This is typically the path that judges take into this area, and every single movement that the former president is taking today has been orchestrated and coordinated with Secret Service, state, federal, local agencies. And so, you know, this is
shortest and most secure route.
Exactly. Anything but routine today.
And in a few minutes, a lot of the mysteries that have surrounded the indictment of the former president are about to be answered, including the charges he'll be facing. There's been a lot of speculation as to the number and the severity of those charges. We will soon have the actual answer. Once his lawyers are alerted, we then get that information ourselves. And again, a lot of the questions that remain, of course, will he say something in this short trip down the hallway? Will he say something outside of the courthouse? All remains to be seen. We are told, of course, that after the arraignment, he is set to head right back to LaGuardia, where he arrived around this time yesterday, in his private plane, and head back to Mar-a-Lago, where he will speak tonight. And we're going to hear from the DA here in Manhattan, Alvin Bragg, this afternoon as well.
Of course, the big question still remains, what exactly are these charges? We've been hearing reports of it could be, 3 dozen criminal charges, could be felonies, could be misdemeanors. We don't really know what that is until finally the indictment is unsealed and aired for the first time. But still a lot of unknowns. And then also, will the judge invoke a gag order? What will he be able to talk about once he goes back to Florida? Once he has that rally that he's planning outside
the door is opening
Mar-a-Lago.
up here right now, so this could be the moment. It certainly would seem to be at hand any second now. As we take one look down the end of the hallway, that's where the former president's going to be walking down from there, where he's being held, into the courtroom to face the charges, and that's when we will learn the extent of the charges he's facing here in Manhattan.
I would like to bring in one of our experts here. Imran, we've been talking about just who the president has been with, the former president has been with. Who has he been with? Who is he in the room right now with as he awaits walking into that courtroom?
Well, he's going to be with his defense team, right? So he's with his defense attorneys, of course, but there will most likely be law enforcement also accompanying him. But as he walks into that courtroom, by his side will be his defense team, Joe Tacopina, maybe Susan Nicholas, and other attorneys that he has, brought onto his team.
Is there a limit to the amount of attorneys that can be with him, or is it the entire team? How does that work?
Right. So going into the well, there's a certain amount of space, especially down there in 100 Center Street. It's not like you're going to have a huge federal courtroom where there are multiple desks and you could really pack in a big defense team. I would imagine the speaking attorney, the attorney who's going to be speaking on his behalf in court, will be by his side. Maybe 1 or 2 other attorneys also at the table. But really, in that courthouse, in 100 Center Street, it's not going to be a cavernous courtroom. This is going to be a typical courtroom where you're going to have that indictment being read out and that arraignment going on.
It's a cramped old building, essentially.
Yeah, it's cramped, it's not pretty, but justice happens every day.
Right,
and he's not going to be entering his own plea then? Do we know that?
So I've heard, and I think that it's been reported, that he is requesting to plead not guilty himself. I'm not sure if that has changed since earlier reports.
Right.
But typically the defendant doesn't enter that plea of not guilty himself or herself. It's the attorney saying, client pleads not guilty, defendant pleads not guilty, and the arraignment goes on as unceremoniously as it typically does. Of course, as the defendant, no matter who you are, that's a harrowing experience being brought up on charges. But that's how business as usual is in 100 Center Street during a typical arraignment on the indictment. This is atypical, of course, so I am not sure if there's going to be certain procedural things actually taking place that you typically would not see, such as Donald Trump entering his own plea of guilty on the record. So it's his voice in courtroom, his voice being taken down by the court stenographer rather than his defense attorney. If you're going to take his public sort of image campaign, the PR campaign, which is associated with this, and that we know is happening here. He has not stated that he has any intention of not running in 2024.
Right.
He's got that huge base behind him fired up. Then he's going to want to do something like that just so you have a transcript from that court arraignment with Donald Trump rather than his attorney being attributed to not guilty.
Right. So we don't. Yeah. Right. We're not going to have live video images of that moment. It's just going to be still images that will emerge along with the testimony of the reporters who are in the courtroom.
Correct. Ultimately, we'll have those still images, but then what happens in that courtroom is going to be brought down, taken down by that court stenographer, that court reporter in that courtroom. That's going to be the official record, if you will, of that arraignment.
And it certainly looks like things are imminent. A lot of activity in the hallway.
The shuffling of officers,
you know,
right.
there is a lot of theatrics to the courthouse. I mean, looking at these shots, I'm reminded of the Harvey Weinstein trial, where he really made a point of looking as disheveled and old as he could coming and going to sort of make the idea of the charges he was facing seem inconceivable. So that there is a lot of politics, a lot of theater inherent in court.
Correct. And in full disclosure, my firm and myself represent Harvey Weinstein in that proceeding.
Okay.
So I am all the more familiar with that whole process of the theatrics and also the press really being around a courthouse like that to that extent. I think we hear reports that this is far and beyond Harvey Weinstein in terms of the media down at the courthouse. But I could tell you from personal experience as an attorney on a case with a lot of publicity that there is, you know, when you have all cameras faced on the defendant, all cameras or the media in tune with every word. Court in itself is theater, right?
Sure.
In many ways. There's the law, there's proving your case if you're a prosecutor, there's defending the case if you're a defense attorney.
Winning over jurors.
Right, but ultimately it really is the theatrical presentation of the law as a trial attorney, and I think we'll see a little bit of that here because I think you would expect that from Donald Trump himself and what he may be wanting from his attorneys.
Of course, yep, again, does look imminent.
Yeah, I do want to bring in Evie really quick, you know, and you have, you've represented as a Secret Service agent 5 presidents. Just seeing this, what's your take on the security right now in the courtroom here?
I think, you know, you're going to have a lot of players here. You've got U.S. Secret Service. U.S. Secret Service really is kind of the conductor, if you will, and it's got all the different elements. So you've got the court police, basically the U.S. court police. They're the ones who secure the inside of the courthouse. Then on the outside perimeter, we're going to have NYPD. They're the ones who are going to be securing the road closures, policing everything off. And so you want to make sure that all these elements come together. So please know that in advance, they've sat down all these entities and they've coordinated who's going to do what, how much personnel is going to be there. And you also want to control guns. How many guns are around a protectee?
Sure.
That was one of the things we would really look at. Even when we would put a protectee in an elevator, I wanted to know who was armed and for what reason.
I mean, does New York City make that a lot easier than plenty of other states which have a lot more liberal gun laws?
Yes, well, even from law enforcement perspective, you know, you only really want to have that personnel that needs to be there. But even, you know, they're blacking out the windows. That's the first thing I would do is black out windows. You don't want everybody to see inside, to see what's going on throughout this process. And, you know, it's interesting as we were speaking earlier before about, you know, the protectee himself, Donald Trump, how he's going to carry himself, the theatrics. That comes into play. The personality of the person you're protecting always comes into play. What are they going to do? And he is a bit of a wild card when it comes to the protectee.
Because you have to anticipate it.
Yes,
and not
you
to
have
interrupt
to,
you, but we're also getting word the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, is now in the building too. So I think shortly we should be starting to see this. But you're right. I mean, it is Donald Trump, the man, right? I mean, it is going to be a production and an orchestration, and that's what we're seeing.
And playing
today.
to the court of public opinion, as we know. So, you know, it is interesting, too, that there are egos involved, and certainly the agencies have their own issues with each other. Now, typically, you would assume the Secret Service would be in charge, but when they step into this courthouse, that's not the situation, correct?
You work together.
Yeah.
Nobody likes to surrender their power, especially in New York City. Everybody likes to think they're in charge. So the U.S. Secret Service, I'll give them this credit, they do a very good job of saying, hey, we're working together. Where overall, they're the ones who really kind of design everything, but they do give leeway. Hey, it's your courthouse. How does this typically work? They're going to have agents in there. They're going to decide, like, for example, when you see President Trump move or when they move through hallways, we freeze everything. Everything gets locked up or shut down. You know, but again, your protectee, every protectee is very unique. So with certain protectees, we would say, hey, here's the plan. But, you know, on the radio, it's like, hey, you know, who knows what he's going to do in this moment. Some protectees, they follow the schedule perfectly. They move, they get into the vehicles, they do what they need to do. Other protectees are a bit more wild cards, as we see here with former President Trump. So you just do hope that he's going to follow along and really listen to those around him.
It is also interesting, I was hearing you say on the show earlier that you would have from your expertise, had the former president go in through the loading dock in the back, but instead they went in through the side. Is that your take on it?
From a security standpoint, I want nobody to see him. I want no cameras, I want no nothing. But yes, typically, and celebrities do this too, anybody who does really good security knows you don't go out, you don't move through the front door. I don't like the front door. Front door has windows, has got people all around, everyone's anticipating him coming out. You want a loading dock. Loading docks are great because you go into the back and they're covered. You typically can't see what's going on. It's a secure. If you get ambushed or attacked, you have somewhere to shield yourself. If you're going out the front door, all you have in that moment as you're going to the vehicles are the cars. The most vulnerable points for any person who's being protected are arrival and departures. That movement. So those are really the most vulnerable points. Again, for me, it is somewhat perplexing to see such
Is that where you think the theater of it all comes in? Maybe he objected to the idea of being sort of snuck into the building. He wanted to walk out on his own 2 feet, go in a door that typically other people would be going through. I mean, is that your guess?
I can see it for him wanting to leave Trump Tower and saying, no, this is my building. I'm going to walk out. No one's going to shame me in this process. So I can understand it from that vantage point. But again, you're looking at all these elements and you're making everybody vulnerable. It is New York City. People are very emotional about it. We do have demonstrators out there. And so you really want to manage all the variables as much as possible. It's safety for everybody, not just for him, but again, creating a balance of allowing due process to happen as well. You don't want to minimize all these different things. And it's interesting when you're speaking before about whether they're going to Mirandize him or not. And even as a former investigator myself, one of the first things I did is I Mirandized people. I didn't want any problems later on if somebody said or did anything.
That wasn't admissible in court,
yes,
right?
because then if they do make these, and this would be an interesting question, if they do make these exceptions for him with regard to due process, if they skip these things, then later on, could they not come back and say, well, you didn't do due process here? Could that trip anything later on when it does go to trial or to court?
Yeah. That's a good point.
The one thing about the Miranda, he is going in with his attorneys, right? So it's not a situation where this is an arrest on the street, NYPD are bringing him into whatever the first precinct, and then there's going to be Miranda warnings. On that note, on your point, you almost want to have it so to the book as possible and not make any sort of exceptions. That way, down the line, you're really shoring up the quote-unquote arrest and also the prosecution down the line. But when he's going in a controlled surrender with his attorneys, no one's going to expect any law enforcement to start questioning him. And also a mugshot. There's been a lot of talk about whether he's going to have a mugshot or not. Typically, standard operating procedure in an arrest, even a controlled surrender where an attorney is bringing a client in to face charges where they know that there's an indictment or the detectives, what have you, are looking for a certain person, they're going to take the mugshot in a typical situation. Mugshot serves different purposes, right? It serves the purpose of, carrying the defendant through the justice system in terms of during court dates or looking at a certain rap sheet, is this the person who's in court? But really a mugshot is so law enforcement knows who an individual is if they abscond, and then you have a face to the charge, to the name. Here, Donald Trump, everyone knows who Donald Trump is. Right. So talk about whether they're going to take a mugshot or not. I don't also think the DA's office, this was a surrender to the DA's office and perhaps the detective investigators with the DA's office. I don't think they have the actual machine. I could be wrong, but this is just based on my knowledge of the DA's office down there in Lower Manhattan. I don't think they have the machine to take the mugshot necessarily. So that may be one reason why they don't take a mugshot. But my guess, and I'm guessing, is that everyone knows who Donald Trump is. So if they don't take the mugshot, it's because there's no necessary need for it. Right. But they may also be looking to do things by the book to make sure that this arrest stands up no matter what attack is going to come from the defense team. And I expect the defense team are going to be looking to attack these charges in every way possible.
Yeah, and have they taken the fingerprinting? Is that they've taken his fingerprints too?
That would be part of an arrest, right? So the typical arrest process, and you know the law enforcement procedure, probably better than I do, but the typical arrest process would be fingerprinting, mugshot, taking the pedigree information, meaning, all the background information, so you know who has just been arrested, you know who is going to go through the system, ultimately brought up through charges, and that information is going to carry with that person as they go through the court process. If they're incarcerated in any way, that also carries through. And then the pedigree information with that particular defendant is married to the fingerprints, right? So, in a typical situation, someone goes through an arrest process. Let's say they get arrested somewhere else, they're fingerprinted. Then all that law enforcement data on that individual is brought up based on the fingerprint and the ID associated with that fingerprint.
Yeah. Let's talk about, what we're about to see as far as the terms of his release. He's not going to be held on what's known as cash bail, but there will be terms for him to be released today, as we're expecting. He's going to walk out, get on a private jet, go back to Florida. What do you expect the terms of those to be? It is certainly such an interesting scenario. A former president, a private jet, et cetera, et cetera. Walk us through the terms you think they're going to hammer out with his lawyers for the release.
Yeah, sure. So even taking away the fact that this is Donald Trump, former president, and looking at the charges, we don't know the charges yet per se, but we have a good idea of what they're going to be. I mean, they're nonviolent crimes. Would bail reform here in New York, even if it wasn't Donald Trump and someone else brought up on charges like this, they would be eligible for release and a release on their own recognizance. So, I think that's going to be the case here. No one is going to be looking to put Donald Trump in jail. And I think he's going to be able to go back to Florida because you typically have a good, confident, process here where this particular defendant is going to come back for his court date. Bail, even before the bail reform laws, that was to ensure that the defendant does not abscond, does not flee, and to ensure they appear on their next court date. You don't have a problem with that with Donald Trump, and also the charges here do not lend themselves for that argument for bail and
first
the
offender,
bail reform.
right? Anyone else facing these charges will be let out too.
But I expect that he's going to be able to go back to Florida, carry on what he's doing, his life down there, and he's going to have to appear for the next
How much can Alvin Bragg say this afternoon about the charges? He, of course, has to be very careful with his words in a way that Donald Trump does not, as the defendant in this case. That's a difficult tightrope to balance, to sort of avoid creating an information vacuum that's filled by Trump and his associates. How do you expect him to play that?
Well, I think Alvin Bragg, it would best suit him if he's fully candid. Now that the grand jury charges are revealed, Donald Trump is arraigned, he should be very transparent with the process. I think he needs to really let the public know if there's going to be any faith in this prosecution, that it's not politically motivated, that there's not that ulterior motive that's been, Alvin Bragg has been accused of. He needs to be very forthright with the basis of the charges, why his office decided to seek these charges at this time against Donald Trump, in order for the public to be very confident in this process and have faith in the justice system in general. On that note, in terms of Donald Trump being vocal, if I was Donald Trump's attorneys, and I would imagine this is a very difficult process, I would be telling my client, no more public comment on Alvin Bragg, on the judge, or these charges. You don't want to tick off the judge that your case is in front of, and you don't necessarily want to tick off the prosecutor also, because typically in this situation you're going to have a process where the defense attorneys are looking to have a cordial relationship with the prosecutor as they litigate the case, even if they're putting on a vigorous defense. And you certainly don't want to have a judge not on your side in terms of being so ticked off because of certain comments. So I would be saying, listen, now you're arraigned on these charges. I get that you want to have your base support you. You want to vocalize your outrage at these charges and being criminally prosecuted. But as a defense attorney, it is the most nerve-wracking experience to have a client who's out there talking and putting things out there in the public, because a defendant has the right to remain silent, and that right sometimes bodes in the defendant's favor. So Donald Trump or not, his defense team would probably be telling him scale it back a little.
And I mean, leading up to this, he's been quite vocal against Judge Merchan. I mean, he on Truth Social, his words saying that the judge hates me. This is a judge who has been familiar with Trump before, overlooking a case involving him and his company before. But so far, his behavior, he hasn't been too outspoken in the last day or so. So tonight, I mean, he's been saying how he wants to have some kind of gathering outside where he speaks and addresses his base. Do you foresee that happening then? Do you think he will take the advice of his team?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I wish I could say, predict that, because it is Donald Trump, and Donald Trump likes to be heard. And of course he has the right under the First Amendment to be heard, whether you're a criminal defendant or not. And I have a feeling that Donald Trump will be vocal about his opinions and his outrage as to being brought up on these charges, even as his defense team tries to scale it back, tries to advise him or advises him not to be so public about some of his feelings about these charges. I think Donald Trump is going to possibly use this to capitalize on the actual criminal process here in order to drum up support for that 2024 election that he has indicated he is still going forward with. And I think that, the optics of things here could bode in Trump's favor, at least with his supporters and his base, if he maintains that vocal.
Now, what if the judge issues a gag order, and what if the former president doesn't observe it or, pay heed to it? There's a lot of potential issues with that alone. Do you expect the judge to issue a gag order in this case? Is that common? How common is that?
Well, in sensitive cases where you don't necessarily want a jury pool to be tainted, a judge could issue a gag order, right? If it's a public proceeding, if it's a public trial, and when I say public, all trials are public, but I mean public attention, where you risk of having, certain litigants, lawyers, etc., sort of being out there in the court of public opinion to the point where the court of law is tainted and you can't get a fair jury, then a judge may issue a gag order. But a gag order in this case, if you're trying to limit Donald Trump from what he is commenting on this prosecution, may not bode well in terms of the transparency of it being a fair
Does it apply only to him? Or is it his lawyers, his family? Would the gag order apply only to Donald Trump?
No, a gag order would be, carte blanche, right? Like a gag order is typically enforced against both a prosecutor and a defendant. You can't have it either way. If there's a gag order in place, it's typically limiting all litigants, both parties, from being out there commenting in the public as to the case.
It seems like that would be an advantage to him, though, wouldn't it? Because if the prosecutors can't speak, but all Donald Trump's associates could,
he could change the narrative, control a narrative.
Right, he would control the whole thing without him saying a word, theoretically, right?
And you also have to think, listen, DA's office, prosecutors, you're not out there as a prosecutor. I'm a former prosecutor from the Brooklyn DA's office. I had cases, some of them were very press-worthy cases, but I'm not out there outside the courtroom as the ADA on the case going and talking to reporters. Typically, the DA's office curtailed ADAs from speaking to reporters about cases, and they have set controlled press conferences from the higher ups, right? So, if Donald Trump, even if there's a gag order, but his base just keeps drumming up the narrative out there, and we know that his base typically does that. They go on social media, they're very vocal about their support for Donald Trump. He may still have that narrative and his voice out there through his supporters, whereas the DA's office typically would be more silent, more to the book, and extrajudicial comments, meaning outside the courtroom, outside the formal functions of the court, are typically not promoted or happening with the DA's office.
Evie Pomporis, let's talk to you again. I'm just curious, since word broke that this was going to actually take place after probably a week or so of speculation before it actually did, how have the crowds you've seen in the city sort of lived up to what your expectations were? Has it been calmer than you thought? Has it been about the same? What have you seen on the ground, and how has that lived up to your expectations?
I think it's calm, and I think a lot of people learned their lesson from January 6th. Nobody wants to be prosecuted and chased down. We're seeing a whole year later people who actually did participate in that event being, charged. And I think that sent a message to people, don't do anything. You're also looking at New York City. New York City, you're looking at NYPD is about 35,000 police officers. You've got a lot of manpower on the ground. I really don't expect to see a lot going on in the streets. I truly don't. I think that it's lockdown. I think people don't want to be caught up in anything. So again, it also is he going to speak? And I do agree with what you were saying before. I think he will come out and say something, and depending on what he says.
We're seeing that. All right, we're looking now. There's Joe Tacopina. So certainly this is about to happen any moment now. Boris Epshteyn, another one of the former president's associates. We have not seen Donald Trump himself as of yet, but certainly this is about to happen any moment now, as we just saw the president's lawyers and advisors heading into the courtroom. Still no Donald Trump, though, as of yet, but that should be happening any moment now. It'll be interesting to see when that moment happens, as one of his associates heads back to that door.
And again, this is the door that typically judges come out of, and so this is the judge's route, everything orchestrated.
Here it is. Here we go.
Moment.
Let's listen in.
President Trump, will you come speak to us? President Trump?
Oh, that was just
All right, so there you have it. There you go. You saw a very stern-looking,
serious.
The theatricality there was a lack of theatricality, if anything, really, sort of to the gravity of the moment. That was something, presumably, he was well thought out. He wanted to show what I'm assuming his displeasure with the proceedings. What do you make, as someone who's been in this situation with other clients, from what we just saw out of the president in that very brief walk?
So although we didn't see a fist bump like we saw, outside Trump Tower there, I think his body language, stiff as a board, really walking there, and a very stern, defiant face speaks volumes in itself. You had Donald Trump walking in there, very straight-faced, very stern, and I would imagine his attorneys told him, let's have some formal decorum, especially you're walking into a court of law, you're about to be arraigned on charges, maybe this isn't the time to really pander or sort of do some theatrics for the camera. Sure. But I would say his body language in terms of just the sternness, that also was just as effective in many ways of voicing, quote unquote, his displeasure with the charges and how he's going to be really defiant in the face of the law here.
And the arraignment itself, typically how long would that take? We're hearing 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, arraignments don't typically take too long. You got to think about a normal day in court. In that arraignment part, you have multiple defendants coming before the judge, arraigned on charges. This is atypical, so it's hard to say if there's going to be more of a long, drawn-out process to make sure every T is crossed, every I is dotted, and I am curious to see, with all these charges that we expect to hear that Donald Trump is facing, just how in-depth we get into the arraignment process into those charges. But typically an arraignment is not necessarily a lengthy process. You don't have extensive argument from the attorneys. There's a bail application, but we've already talked about that.
The prosecution isn't in any way making their case today.
Exactly.
They're laying out what the case will eventually be.
Exactly. And listen, the indictment, the defense team finally receives the formal indictment. You usually take it home with you, peruse it, and you're not standing there on the record making substantive arguments as to the indictment itself. But again, let's see how this plays out, because this is Donald Trump being brought up on these charges. But based on what we just saw going in, I think that it may be more of an expedited process rather than a drawn-out theatrical process.
Right. I mean, Evie, certainly from a security perspective, you want this to be done as quick as possible, right? You want to get in, you want to get out. You don't want to be there a minute longer than you need to be, right?
No, you're coordinating this. He goes before, he does his arraignment, he puts in his plea, whether it's him or his attorneys, and you want him out, in and out. And that's typically the process. It's interesting when you're speaking about body language before, because we were trained in, I was trained in the art and science of body language and how people present themselves, whether, especially when it comes to deception or not. And he does, when he did come out, he came off, he looks rather displeased, so you kind of wonder what the conversations were behind closed doors or behind there that had him come out in the...
Right, did he just did he know the charges before today, or I mean, when does he find out what he's facing? Like now?
Right. So, well, during the arrest process, right, you're being processed, that you typically learn the charges that you're going to be facing, and I would imagine he has a good idea right now as to what is going to be coming down in that indictment. The formal unsealing of that indictment is in court, right, for public eyes. You know,
so even when we saw him, technically, theoretically, he didn't know the charges yet.
I don't think he knows every single one of them. I think we're going to see the formal unsealing of the indictment in that courtroom. But just on a practical matter here and a practical basis, the fact that this is Donald Trump and such a sensitive process and surrender, I would imagine Joe Tacopina and his team have a more of an understanding as to what those charges are right now, and therefore Donald Trump going into that courtroom than the public, of course.
Sure.
Right? So,
I mean, these guys are wired. They know all the court officers. I mean, this is a whole big club that they're part of. That's why they're hired as the attorney, right? I mean,
there have been multiple conversations, phone conversations between the DA's office, between likely Alvin Bragg himself, all the chief assistants who were working on this case, and Joe Tacopina and the defense team. Multiple conversations. This doesn't happen, just, okay, bring your client in. He's gonna get arraigned, processed on the arrest, and so be it. There was a whole lead up to this, and I think that there's a very intimate understanding about what's going to happen right now with the main players.
Do you think that a conviction could be likely? Is a trial really something that we can entertain right now?
It's very early on, right? Yeah. But I could, based on what we know as who Donald Trump is as a person, his defiance, I don't think we're going to see Donald Trump taking a plea. Let's just put it that way. And if you don't take a plea on the charges, this is assuming that the defense team, their motions to dismiss are not successful. Let's say they file the motions to dismiss, the charges survive. I don't foresee Donald Trump saying, okay, let's work out a deal, I'll plead guilty, and what have you. I think if the charges survive motions to dismiss from the defense team, we're going to be seeing a trial in 100 Center Street, or if they have a motion to change venue, whatever courthouse, if that is actually granted and that motion is made. But I think we would see a trial if these charges carry through.
And we've heard it said that he wants to try to move the venue to Staten Island, which is of course the Republican hotbed of New York City. Is there any odds of that happening, or is that wishful thinking?
Well, he has a right to a fair and impartial jury. If you're going to take this out of anywhere in the 5 boroughs, you're going to take it out of Manhattan and try to get that case heard in Staten Island. Is he going to be successful in getting it in Staten Island? I think there is a credible and good faith argument from his defense team to say that if they're able to show the judge, now let's look at the voting record here in Manhattan. This is a president that has polarized the nation in many ways. There's not really a middle ground with Donald Trump in terms of how people feel about him. If they're able to show that he's not going to get a fair and impartial jury in Manhattan, then I think they do have a good chance of moving it out of Manhattan. But courts typically want the case to be heard in the county where those charges are brought. You really have to show as a defendant that you have no chance of getting a fair and impartial jury impaneled in order to move it out of a venue.
Right. We saw that a lot with the January 6 defendants. They all wanted it moved to their home state from D.C. and those were all turned down,
right?
As far as I know.
I feel like so many of us are learning, getting a 101 on legal process and how this all works. I mean, we have a 2024 election coming up. Campaigns are being run. Trump has announced that he wants to run for president, a third run. a trial? Is that months from now, years from now? Is there even a timeline set of when that would be possible?
Well, so a defendant has a right to a speedy trial. That's another right that a criminal defendant has. Of course, there's always discovery. There's a discovery process that where the prosecution is going to be handing over certain material to the defense team. There are motions, and I would expect that the defense team here are going to file a good amount of motions to attack the charges legally. The change of venue motion may be something coming down the pipeline. And typically, you're going to see a case move from arraignment to trial, maybe within a year. You know, there's always a drawn-out process. We're also in New York City, where the court calendar is one of the busiest, if not the busiest, in the country. So you have a full docket, if you will, every day in that courthouse. But you know, I don't think that there's going to be any legal challenges to this indictment that the defense team is not going to take on. I think they're going to be looking to challenge every aspect, from the testimony that played out in front of that grand jury, to the basis of the charges, to whether a election fraud claim or crime based in federal law could be applied to a state law as an enhancement from a misdemeanor to a felony. You're going to see so many challenges from the defense that the process from arraignment to trial may be longer than the typical case.
You know, because that's not settled law.
No, it's not.
That's not settled law. And the last time, I think, from a federal level, that was an issue that arose with the case of John Edwards.
Right.
You know, the last time. So there's a lot of challenge with that.
Correct. And, you know, so whenever you have an area where there is a gray area in the law, and we keep using that term, it's unprecedented. When you have a gray area in the law and it's an unprecedented situation like this, that leads itself to more thought-out legal thinking, and also challenges while the legal process is unfolding, while Judge Marchand is making decisions on those motions, and, you know, this dynamic unfolding nature between the prosecution of a case like this and the defense and their challenges to it.
You know, it's interesting, too, when you talk about the right to a speedy trial. Trump, who's been sued countless times in his life, his MO when it comes to defending that is always delay, delay, delay.
Right.
And do you think he's viewing Election Day as sort of an end? Like, if he can push it till then it becomes moot, essentially, if he were to become president again, I suppose. How would that even work?
Yeah, I mean, typically delay benefits the defense in many ways.
Yeah.
Right. But you have multiple legal processes here. You have a lot of legal trouble for the president. By what I mean is that even this case got taken care of. He's still facing possible criminal charges down in Georgia. There's the civil cases that he's facing. So, you know, how all these timelines in terms of the court cases, the investigations that may be surrounding Donald Trump play out is going to be a dynamic process. Does he delay this? Or, you know, the judge himself has a say in that, right? So a judge ultimately controls the speed of the case. There may be motions that are going to be filed, but the judge will tell a side, a prosecutor or a defense attorney, listen, we're moving this case closer to trial rather than delaying it. So there's the judge also in consideration.
I feel like on the federal side of the investigation into him, the Jack Smith, the special counsel, whatnot, you're seeing those decisions come down and they'll be like, okay, and then you need to respond in 3 hours. Like, they're stopping this waiting game.
Right.
You know, on the part of the president, it seems like things are speeding up.
Yeah, and I think there is a concern and a desire to have these matters involving Donald Trump move along in an expedited manner, right? Because, you know, it's not only just on the aspect that, you know, as time goes on, evidence, you may lose evidence, testimony, memories sort of fade, testimony becomes stale. That's an application to every court case and a concern that the litigants have and the judges. But particularly with Donald Trump, I think there's so much controversy surrounding a lot of these cases and so much polarization and strong opinions from the public that there's this dual concern that the courts have for transparency and also making sure that justice, whether you support Donald Trump or not, is in an expedited manner, that it's not lingering, and you're having these processes unfold sooner rather than later.
Yeah. I think in terms of misdemeanors, it seems like it's an open and shut case with the falsification possession of business records. It's that second crime, that intention to conceal, that they'll have to prove or show us. And again, we don't know any of the charges. We don't know how many felonies there are. But does that change things then in terms of how quickly this process moves along?
Well, ideally, the DA's office they brought this case in front of a grand jury. They undertook this process. They sort of bit off this fight, right? They placed the president essentially in front of a grand jury that has now indicted. I'm hoping that Alvin Bragg and his office have really thought through every aspect of the charges that they have decided to bring against Donald Trump and present to the grand jury, which is now embodied in an indictment. So, yeah, there's this gray area under the law, and this may give us some guidance as to that gray area. But, you know, as a prosecutor, you have the duty to the people of the state of New York here, and in many ways here, to the whole country by bringing this prosecution. So, you know, this needs to be a process that is shown to not be politically motivated, and it also needs to be shown to be a fully thought out process, not only with the testimony that went in before that grand jury, but also the other evidence that they're going to be using to support these charges. If Alvin Bragg and his office cannot show that this was a well thought out decision to bring this case and present it to a grand jury, and can't show that it's not tainted with any political motivation, then I think that the public is going to lose trust in the process in general, whether you be a Democrat or a Republican. That will just set bad precedent in terms of how someone like Donald Trump, as a former president, is brought up on charges like this, and whether it is purely based on evidence and not a politically motivated prosecution.
All right, and if you're just joining us, we are looking at the hallway inside the Manhattan Criminal Court. Inside right now, as we speak, Donald Trump is before a judge. He walked into the courthouse around 2:29 or so he's been in there about 15 minutes, hearing the charges against him. Technically, presumably for the first time, although I'm sure, you know, there's a possibility he got some sort of heads up through his attorneys and whatnot, but we have not formally yet seen those charges announced. So, you know, walk us through exactly, once we see him come back out of the courthouse, is there going to be like an email blast that goes out with the charges to the media? How does this work? How do we disseminate this info from this moment forward?
Yeah, I think the DA's office will be best suited or well suited for their own edification in terms of showing the public this is a transparent process, that indictment is provided to the public, to the media, to news sources, perhaps directly from the press office of the DA's office. Of course, you'll hear about the charges from the defense team. You'll hear about it from reporters who are in that courtroom and taking down as the indictment is unsealed. But I think also the DA's office, and we know Alvin Bragg is going to give a statement after the arraignment, but they would be putting that indictment out for the public to peruse. And of course, you're going to have people picking it apart as soon as it gets out there. Sure, yeah. And I would expect that the defense team, as soon as they get that, they know exactly what charges are out there, will be planning their next move for Donald Trump in terms of attacking those charges. But the DA's office really need to make this a transparent process and allow the public to have access to, you know, those charges and really the grounds and the basis to support those charges.
From a security standpoint, Evie, I think just once Trump has left the state back to Florida, you know, what does that look like? Are NYPD officers going to still be stationed around that area? And is that typical protocol around Trump Tower outside of the courthouse? When do we kind of see the crowd control subdue?
It's going to diminish. Usually, typically, they say when they're wheels up. Wheels up means that he's in the plane, he's in the air, he's gone. You always want to maintain security because if something does happen, you want to be able to bring him back to Trump Tower. It's already secure and it's held tight. So once they're wheels up, that's typically where things are going to relax. But because it is his home base, certain security protocols are always going to remain there consistently in place. And that's not just for the physical security, it's that comms and the communication as well, the street closures and all that opening up. Also, it's also what's happening underground that we're, you know, thinking of as well, locking all that down and making sure he's safe.
Yeah, it has been a whirlwind 24 hours. Wheels Up seems to be sort of one of the finish lines of, okay, we can take a little bit of deep breath and sort of relax a little bit. And again, if you are just joining us, we are looking inside the Manhattan Criminal Courthouse, camera outside the courtroom where Donald Trump is before a judge right this moment, learning the charges he will face here in Manhattan, due to the charges of financial crimes in relation to the Stormy Daniels affair, et cetera, during the 2016 presidential election. So we are about to get a lot more information about the nature of the charges he's facing as soon as we see him step out of that courtroom where he has been now for at least 15 to 20 minutes. He walked in at 2:29, it's 2:47, so we're pushing 20 minutes now. We have to be, you would think, at the upper end of how long he's going to be in that courtroom before we're told he's going to leave, get back into the waiting SUV, take the caravan back to LaGuardia, get on his private plane, head back to Florida, where we will hear from him tonight, and we're expected to hear from Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg this afternoon to lay out the charges. And also in the split screen, you see there are protesters, counter-protesters nearby in lower Manhattan as well. And, you know, Evie, from a security standpoint, I do have to think Manhattan's a pretty inhospitable place if you're not from here to travel here. It's expensive, it's big, it's spread out. This isn't going to the mall in Washington, D.C. and meeting up there, right?
It's an undertaking to come here.
Yeah. I think New York City is also an intimidating city for a lot of people. When I tell people I'm from New York, you always have that moment. But it's also interesting, too, from the investigative standpoint and listening to your dialogue before, when I would take cases to the U.S. Attorney's offices and how much discretion they would have in not taking a case. And usually, I would have to come with really substantial evidence for them to take a case, because they want to make sure that they can indict or you know, pass an information and really be able to prosecute. And going off of that, as I'm listening, you are correct. They really need to make sure that this is locked tight and that they've got substantial information to be able to do this, because people already as a whole, just from the criminal justice perspective, have lost a lot of faith in our system like these last couple of years. And if they're not really locked tight in what they're doing, and the substance isn't there, this is going to further deteriorate the faith that people have in the system in general.
Now that said, I mean, no one knows that more than Alvin Bragg. There is no mystery to the idea that this case has to be rock solid, because it's going to be looked at and picked apart from every conceivable angle. Is there a possibility we get a surprise in the extent of how extensive the charges are, and they're more than what we were anticipating as well? I mean,
well, we hear that there's possibly multiple felonies. Right. You know, and that, of course, there's different counts, perhaps related to the same falsification of those business records. But I would be interested to see if there's some surprises here. You know, we've had a grand jury proceeding is a secret proceeding. Of course, we've had these leaks of information, these little bits of information coming out as to what the charges we expect them to be, based on the fact that Michael Cohen's testifying and certain witnesses that went before the grand jury there. But we really don't know for sure yet the extent of the substance of the charges, and we're going to find out. And I would be interested to see if there's other charges that we did not expect to be, levied against Donald Trump in the mix with the falsification of business record charges. But again, going back on making sure that this is a airtight prosecution for Alvin Bragg. Alvin Bragg has been under a lot of criticism, not just for Donald Trump, but just how he's been running the office. Sure. And listen, I'm saying that in an objective way, but people have been criticizing Alvin Bragg, and he needs to make sure that this also isn't a losing prospect for him.
That prosecutors do not want to bring cases they don't know they're going to win. Right?
Absolutely. Right. If you can't prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt, typically as a prosecutor, you're not going to bring that case. You're not going to say, all right, maybe we have a chance here. Going into the process, and you made a great point, the feds, right, the FBI, U.S. attorneys, they're all the more, really to the, every bit of evidence needs to be perfect. Yeah. As an ADA, when I was in the DA's office, of course, we take everything seriously. We don't bring charges unless that they are warranted, and we have good faith basis that this was a crime committed by an individual. But our processes in New York City, as everything moves fast in New York City, even as an ADA on the state level, our cases typically move faster in terms of when we're, NYPD making an arrest or an indictment being brought, and our detective investigators going out and processing arrest. I would imagine that Alvin Bragg, over his time in the DA's office, also whatever evidence or investigations that were coming over from the Cy Vance era, that they made sure that they had a good faith basis to bring these charges, that they had the evidence to do so. Of course, there's the old adage that the grand jury will indict a ham sandwich. The burden is it's easy to get.
The idea of that is that the people in the grand jury are being presented information from trained prosecutors who know how to get the indictment. I mean, is that what the meaning of that is?
Yeah.
Indict a ham sandwich when you hear that, right?
Right.
That's what that means,
legally,
right?
They consider legally sufficient evidence and reasonable cause to believe that a crime was committed by that individual. That's all.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a much lesser burden in the grand jury to get an indictment. And when I was an ADA, I was presenting case after case after case in front of the grand jury, and it's almost like a process, and it's something which you control the narrative in many ways as the prosecutor. You are the voice in that grand jury in terms of presenting the evidence, and you know, because of that, the defendant, again, it's also just charges, right? That presumption of innocence. Donald Trump maintains that. These are just charges. Even though a grand jury votes, it's not a conviction. He still has the presumption of innocence here. The prosecution still needs to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I would imagine that Alvin Bragg, you know, if he was really making sure that this was thought out and this was a process and a prosecution or an endeavor that he was seeking that's going to be possibly successful, I would imagine that they have thought through that, and I hope they have.
I mean, yeah, I take that for granted, honestly. That there's no doubt the stakes of this case. You know what I mean? I mean, for sure. And again, you know, and we are getting, here it is. This is some pictures, still images from inside the courthouse. This is the first look we're getting at Donald Trump, flanked by attorneys and court officers. This happened within the last half hour. He is continuing to be in the courtroom as we speak, maybe a little bit longer than people had anticipated. He's been in there since
2:20 or so.
Yeah, 2:19, 2:20. So he's been in there almost 25 minutes at this point.
2:30.
So, yeah.
And when we should know, any moment, we should know very soon what exactly those charges are. This is the first time that Donald Trump is even learning what charges have been brought up against him. We'll find out the severity of those charges as well. And then we'll have a press conference from Alvin Bragg at 3:30 Eastern Time talking about their evidence behind this.
Yeah, it's going to be sort of an interesting visual. You're going to have Alvin Bragg on one side of your screen, and invariably it's going to be the motorcade or the flight taking off, heading back to Florida of the former president. So certainly, you know, from a visual standpoint, really just a stunning, historic day here in New York City. But again, on the right side of your screen, that is the first image released of the former president in the courtroom where he continues to be at this moment. On the left side of your screen, that's a pool camera set up in the hallway outside the courtroom. We saw him briefly walk into the courtroom at around 2:29. He remains in there right now, and then we're going to see him head back out, head down to the elevator, head to his waiting car. He did not say anything on his way in. He looked very somber, very glum, very businesslike as he headed into the courtroom, as he looks like in the picture as well on the right side. So any moment now we're about to see the reverse as he exits the courthouse in the courtroom with his attorneys, and it'll be again interesting. We heard reporters yelling down the hallway, Mr. Trump, do you have any comment? He did not say a word as he was led into the courtroom itself.
And it's just very interesting. A year ago this week, it seemed like this case was dead in the water. And now here we are, former president for the first time being arraigned, facing indictment. And once we learn what those charges are and just how severe they are, we can figure out the next steps. But also learning to see if the judge invokes a gag order, what he can and can't talk about, how he's going to react to this too, what he's going to do with if there's a mugshot taken, what his team could do with that too. I mean, he's been wanting to drum up support from his base. I think so far the number was $8 million have been donated to his campaign. Just how Donald Trump will use this as his narrative as he's done in the past, too, for the campaign.
Right, you know, as we mentioned yesterday, basically, since this happened, the GOP 2024 nominee has come to a complete halt.
Frozen in place.
Everyone who's even running against him has to line up behind him in support while he goes through this. Now, we know this is a situation that's going to play out probably over at least a year or so, and there are other potential legal issues he's facing as well elsewhere in the country. So a lot of calculations certainly on his part about how he plays this going forward, appealing to his supporters, etc. As he right now is obviously the clear runaway frontrunner for the GOP 2024 nomination. I mean, it's not even close.
Yeah.
And I just want to point out, looking at this photo, you see, there's been a sort of a question mark. Who is going to speak during the arraignment for Donald Trump? Of course, Joe Tacopina has been very vocal in media reports and the press. I know Joe Tacopina, but you see the mic is in front of Todd Blanche. That was the attorney that he just tapped in on his team. To Todd Blanche's left is Susan Nicholas. She is also on his team, a great attorney. And then there's Donald Trump, and to Donald Trump's left, there's Joe Tacopina, also a very well-versed and experienced defense attorney. So there you have the team, but based on the seating, right, you typically have the speaking attorney in front of the mic, but also on the right of the defense team. We have breaking news now. Donald Trump has pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts. So the reporting that came out late last night was accurate. 34 felony counts. Walk us through what you hear as an attorney when you hear 34 felonies. I mean, that's substantial. I mean, that's the sort of 34 felonies. See, I thought, this was my take, that we were going to see a mix of felonies and misdemeanors. But if it is 34 felony counts, then Donald Trump is facing a sizable indictment there. I mean, there's 34 counts, I get that, but there was a lot of talk about, will Alvin Bragg come out with simply a misdemeanor charge or a misdemeanor indictment, which is typically not done. Misdemeanors are not normally presented to a grand jury and indicted, but that was something that Alvin Bragg could arguably have done or ended up with. But now we hear 34 felony counts is something which is quite substantial for Donald Trump. And you have to think that now his defense team is attacking not one felony count, which is something which is no one wants to experience or face in itself, but 34 felony counts to attack as the defense team there, and 34 counts that Donald Trump is facing as former president. And it's mind-boggling how we've gotten here, but it's something we never have seen. But now the real burden, and of course there's always the burden on the prosecution, but I would say the burden is all the more great just from a public perception standpoint on Alvin Bragg and the Manhattan DA's office to show that this is a indictment that was reached based on the law and the evidence and not motivated by politics, as many people who are criticizing Alvin Bragg and his office are saying.
Now, how does it work? I mean, obviously, as a former president, he put people on the federal bench, on the Supreme Court. How do the rulings work that are handed in Manhattan criminal court? Does that ever get to the feds or no? Or how, this is one of those interesting entanglements that comes with indicting a former president.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, obviously, these are state charges. We've talked about how the enhancement of that misdemeanor could be tied to a federal question of whether an election law and a federal crime was committed and how that will play out. But essentially, what is the appeals process here? So let's say if there is an appeal, it's going from the state Supreme Court to the appellate division in New York State, ultimately to the Court of Appeals in New York State, which is the highest court in New York State. So that's state law. But if there is a question of whether there's a constitutional right that has been violated, there is some, a federal question, if you will, that could ultimately land itself in the federal court and up possibly to the Supreme Court. But we have to wait and see. I would imagine that there's going to be a lot of motion practice. I've said this before, but also possibly bringing in appellate procedures while the case is going on. And then ultimately we have to see how it plays out in terms of if there's a conviction and if there's ultimately appeals stemming from that. It's so fresh that we're really, looking ahead with a lot of question marks.
Right.
So.
And we've yet to hear from Alvin Bragg as well, which we'll hear at 3:30. 34 felony counts. So Can you walk us through what that means for someone who might not have a legal background of what it means for each count? Where are they finding this?
Each count is a separate crime. Okay, so if there was one felony count and it dealt with, let's say, one violation of the penal law, a falsification of business records, that would only yield one count. To say that there's 34 felony counts, and of course we don't know these specific charges yet, that is saying that a grand jury has indicted President Trump as to 34 separate crimes. So ultimately right now what we're seeing is Donald Trump being arraigned on 34 separate crimes. Each count is a separate charge.
I mean, they could all be related.
They could all be related, but yes.
Alleged crimes,
and when you're attacking the indictment, you can't just attack one or two. You're looking to attack and defend on each one of those counts.
And they're all felonies, which is interesting. And something we haven't discussed is what does this look like on the global arena for us as well? We've been really localized on the DA's office and how it makes us look here. But even on the global, I'm thinking from a national security perspective. Now, what is the world seeing when they see this, the polarization, us prosecuting a former U.S. president? You know, we're seeing all these different things with Russia and China, agreements being made there. Does something like this from a global perspective, I think, actually quite weakens us when in relation to our soft power as the United States.
Right, to export democracy and whatnot nationwide, right? You know, and of course, right, it's interesting, obviously, our enemies have to love the images of the protesters shouting in each other's face, the division in the country, etc. That weakens us as a country, of course, right? Which is being noticed elsewhere,
I think
for sure,
it's being noticed worldwide, and it's going to be interesting what moves are going to be made on the international arena. As far as, are we going to be so self-focused here in the United States on this specific thing that we're going to lose focus on the things happening outside, and especially if he's going to go to trial, which I do think from a behavioral analysis standpoint, he will. He's going to fight this. 34 felony counts, those are a lot. And is it going to distract us from what's happening outside of the world? Is it hurting our soft power, even our hard power, as the United States, as the people, as we're just solely focused on something like this, which, not that it isn't big, it's a big thing, but it's kind of a small thing. We might lose focus here on the polarization aspect.
I think bigger picture too. Is this like a race against time now? Because can you convict a president? Say he runs for president, becomes president, or is this a race against time?
Well, I think it's a race against time in terms of that 2024 election being a very pivotal point. And I think that the DA's office are going to need to do what they have to do in terms of bringing this case either to a plea, which we don't expect, or to trial well before that. So in terms of bringing this case to a closure, and I think it would behoove us as a nation to getting a resolution to this sooner rather than later. There is a race against time, and I think that to go on your point, it's unprecedented. We keep using that word. It's been overused now, perhaps, but all eyes are on us as a nation right now. United we stand, divided we fall. I think that we need to make sure that this process, and this is the responsibility of DA Bragg and his office, to make sure that this was really thought out and brought for the right motives and right reasons, because then the polarization is just going to get greater, and we're going to lose faith in the justice system if it's weaponized as a political tool.
And then to be fair, on the flip side, there'll be plenty of people who will say, well, if you're above the law as a former president, well, then that's not a good situation either. You know what I mean? Like everything, there's just both sides, and people are going to have strong opinions on, and that's what makes it almost so intractable. You know what I mean? And anything you do is going to be rejected by a certain amount, and vice versa.
Right, and I think that's why there's been a lot of speculation as to these charges. I think everyone needs to take a step back, look what the evidence is, analyze that indictment, see how they brought these charges and what the evidence was to support it, because then there is that converse message, right? And there's that converse message to other areas of the world where their presidents, their leaders are above the law. That here in the United States, if you break the law, you're not out of reach of the long arm of the law, and you could be brought before charges and face criminal charges. I mean, it's something that we're going to have to, it's a delicate process. It's a delicate process not only in that courthouse right there right now, but also for us as a nation, and how really we go forward, whether we are divided and so polarized, or we're going to really uphold the letter of the law no matter what political party you're part of.
Just to set the scene right now, if you're just tuning in, this is a look at the hallway outside of the courtroom where Donald Trump has just learned that he has 34 felony counts against him. He's pleaded not guilty to those 34 felony counts. Again, at 3:30, we're going to hear from Alvin Bragg about, you know, reaching to those 34 felony counts, the reasoning behind it, the evidence. Hopefully he is as detailed and thorough, and we can learn a lot, because we are learning this with you as you're joining in live of what these counts are and you know, what these charges exactly were. And you're saying that you're surprised as a former assistant DA, just you're surprised by what you've seen. You thought that they were going to be sprinkled in a few felonies, but all 34 felony counts. That is much more than you had thought.
Yeah, I'm surprised, and I'm trying to get more information here. I know, as you know, to find out exactly what those charges are. We're going to find out soon enough. But yeah, I am surprised because, you know, what we heard leading up to this was there was the misdemeanor falsification of business records, and then there was the enhancement that would bring it to an E felony, and that's if the falsification was in furtherance of another crime, that being the election law, a violation of the election law. I thought that, okay, could they make that connection with maybe a few counts? Would some of those counts just remain misdemeanors? But from what we're seeing here, and again, we don't know exactly what the charges are in total, that DA Bragg was able to get this grand jury to indict the former president on 34 straight felonies.
Now, I mean, this is probably a really dumb question, but is the fact that it's 34 felonies, is that what's to account for the fact that he's been in there almost 40 minutes now? Does that in any way lengthen the proceedings in the courtroom itself, or no? I mean, 40 minutes, I don't think anyone thought it was going to take this long. He would be in the courtroom.
10, 15 minutes,
right,
quick,
in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think there was first of all, there's probably a lot of procedural elements just on the logistics of things, right? You do have members of the press in there who are able to get that ticket, so to say, to be in that courtroom. You do have the still cameras there. There are the security sort of concerns that are following Donald Trump from the moment he left Trump Tower to entering the courthouse, to entering that courtroom. I'm sure there's that is also something that takes time and effort. Then there's also the conjunction. You have the court officers there who, that's typically they're, you know, the kings and queens of their castle in that courtroom, right? That's their courtroom. As court officers, they maintain the order in terms of, from a court officer standpoint, the judge maintains order from the bench, of course. Right. You know, there's all those concerns. But from a legal standpoint, if I was on the defense team for Donald Trump, I would be wanting each count read into the record. I would want to know exactly what my client is facing, not just getting it on paper, but there may be the optics of having a robust record from the court reporter showing exactly what counts there are. And there may be some argument or things placed on the record that if you were just a routine going in there as a defense attorney or a prosecutor presenting a case for indictment, you wouldn't necessarily go into. But you may want that record because everyone is going to be looking to that court reporter and whatever record they are taking down now as being the guiding factor right now, as far as we know, of what the charges are and what the DA intends to present, and the timeline going forward, if there's any indication from the judge and also both the prosecutor and the defense team.
Also, from a security standpoint, it's just not when he's done, everybody walks out. You have to get everything staged and ready, the vehicles, the manpower, start shutting, making the road closures. It's going to be interesting to see what route are they actually going to take back. Are they going to do the FDR again? FDR might not be a bad route because you want to stay away from the big buildings, the center of the city, so you want to go highway. Highway is always the best. Highway and bridges. You always stay away from tunnels, too, when you're doing motorcade routes. So you want to get those mechanisms in place before you get him out and you get him exposed. Again, remember, arrival departure points is where he's the most vulnerable.
Sure.
Also, is Trump Tower ready to receive him? They have to secure the area there, so that way when he arrives, it's seamless. You get him, you move the protectee, you go inside. Again, we want to keep him as safe as possible. And I will tell you, from a security standpoint, New York City is one of the most nerve-wracking cities because it's also who's up top. You can't secure all the buildings, all the windows. So that's why speed and agility is key when it comes to that.
And so now that we know he's facing 34 felony counts, I mean, how many times are we going to have to replay the scene we have today where he's coming into this building over the next year? Dozens?
I would think that this is going to be happening a lot. They're probably going to have a blueprint now. They're going to go in there and secure this building in such a way that it's going to be commonplace. And it's interesting because I've actually been testified before a grand jury, even for the DA, when cases that we work with the NYPD. And, you know, this whole process and seeing it unfold from this whole other perspective of seeing a U.S. president, a former U.S. president going through this and the processes here.
Yeah.
I would love to know what he's thinking. I mean, you've worked with clients who face felonies. It's not a fun process, no matter who you are, to be read these charges against you. I mean, as tough as he might seem, or as, you know, stern or serious, what do you, I know you can't predict what he's thinking, but, you know, what's your take on your experience working with clients before?
Yeah, well, it's a harrowing experience for a client. I'm not sure if this is a harrowing experience so much for Donald Trump, but possibly a blow to his ego. You know, being there in that courthouse where criminals or alleged criminals are brought in every day to face charges. Now, he was the 45th president of the United States. He's being brought into 100 Center Street. And listen, he's a New Yorker. He knows 100 Center Street. He knows what goes down in that courthouse. He knows the tombs. Exactly. Yes. So now he's being brought into 100 Center Street, sitting in front of a judge at a seat where, you know, people accused of heinous crimes are sitting. I would imagine it's a huge blow to his ego.
And I mean, he's not free to come or go. He's not in charge right now. He's in that courtroom, and that's where he has to be, whether he wants to be or not, which must be jarring as well.
They don't address him as Mr. President in the courtroom. It's the judge is proceeding here.
Exactly. You know, the order in that courtroom right now is coming from the bench, and we already see what Donald Trump's opinion of Judge Marchand is based on his social media post. But right now he's sitting there. I can't imagine he's you know, the pride and ego that Donald Trump has exhibited in the past. I mean, I don't think that's a controversial statement. I think we know that Donald Trump likes to be out there. He likes to be the man in power. He likes to have the microphone in front of him, the one who's really steering the ship. But right now, Donald Trump isn't steering the ship in that courtroom. You know, he is sitting there as a criminal defendant. So the process is going through his mind. You know, it's probably emotional. It's probably intense. But I do expect that, you know, he knows his next moves going forward, because he does have a team of defense attorneys who are very skilled. No one is going to argue about that. He really does have a defense roster on his side who know that courthouse, who know the DA's office, who know criminal law and how to practice it here in New York, and also who know how to speak to a New York jury. So that ultimately, at the end of the day, if he is going to trial in this case, he has a team who knows how to speak to that New York jury. So listen, whatever happens behind closed doors between Donald Trump and his attorneys, of course, is privilege. We'll never know. But I think we're going to see a more public process in general than we would see in other ways, especially possibly from Donald Trump himself, making statements out to the press and the media, giving insight, perhaps, what's going on behind closed doors.
And jury selection, I mean, will be interesting. Who doesn't have an opinion on Donald Trump? How are they going to find people?
I mean, they went through it with the grand jury, so it can be done, but it is so interesting to find an impartial jury.
In any given case, you may have a difficult time finding a fair and impartial jury if you have a subject matter going before those jurors that may be controversial or evoke emotion. We talked about the Harvey Weinstein case previously. We had a hard time finding a fair and impartial jury in that case, and arguably that's up on appeal, and we're still saying it wasn't fair and impartial. But you know, in this case, all the more is Donald Trump and the sort of cult of personality that Donald Trump is.
Trumpism.
Yes, and how we find ourselves as a nation now in a micro setting on the island of Manhattan in terms of finding and, you know, doing away with potential jurors if this goes to trial who are so, you know, opinionated about Donald Trump or politics that they can't sit on that jury. It's going to be a very hard task.
Do they go through their social, how thoroughly are people vetted? Do they go through their Facebook and see what they're all about? I mean, you know, those are things I think about.
the process.
How thorough is that vetting? Or is it all just on sort of the honor system?
So it starts with the question and answer process, right? Voir dire, jury selection. You as an attorney, you're speaking to these jurors, and if they're selected for the jury, this is really the time that you get to dive into the brain of a potential juror. So you're doing whatever you can in a limited time frame to gain knowledge of those potential jurors, to make sure that you are finding out if they have any inherent biases or opinions that would not allow them to sit on that jury, because they can't be fair and impartial. But people are not robots, right? And sometimes they don't answer totally with transparency. Sometimes you have advocate jurors who want to be seated on a particular jury because they have such a strong opinion. They want to be part of it, and they may not be so truthful.
They want to mask their true feelings to get onto the jury.
Exactly.
Right.
So, you know, it's a process that goes forth, and then after the fact, you have potential jurors who are seated, and if you have the opportunity, then yes, you are looking to find out who that juror is, to make sure that they are in fact going to be someone who's fair and impartial on their jury.
What's the, you know, I know we're going way down the line here, but what's the kind of prison time for 34 felony counts?
I would like to, you know, that's a hard question, right? But I don't foresee Donald Trump necessarily being put in jail, right? We don't know the charges yet, but based on what we understand and the nature of the charges, this isn't someone who has a lack of a prior criminal record. This is a former president. These are crimes that are not violent in nature. These are crimes that are essentially, in essence, somewhat white-collar crimes, so to say. This is not going to lend itself to jail time for Donald Trump. And I don't think prosecutors, if they're really thinking about the best interest of our country and as a nation in general, they're not necessarily going to be looking for jail time on this.
What would they view as a win?
I think a conviction, and whatever, you know, listen, there are certain guidelines under the law that charges would you know, anticipate. Could there be a novel sentence if Donald Trump is convicted on one of these charges? Yes. Could it be probation or something like that? You know, those are options available for someone like Donald Trump, who's facing, again, we don't know the charges, but let's just say they're E-felonies. You know,
E-felony being the lowest level. The A would be the most severe. E is the lowest, right?
E's the lowest, and you know, that's someone who's not looking typically at facing jail time.
Right, first-time offender, as is mentioned, right? No criminal record, etc. All right, again, I mean, this is kind of wild at this point. He's been now in that courtroom since 2:30, so pushing 50 minutes he's in there. We found out that he has pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts. I think that was certainly a surprise to everyone that it was 34 felonies. It was always, it might be 34 counts and there may be a felony or two in there. The fact that they were all 34 felonies was certainly a bit of a bombshell. Here is a still image from the courthouse. We've got two images thus far that have emerged from the courthouse of him flanked by his lawyers, learning the charges he is facing here in Manhattan. Of course, this has been the subject of much discussion the past couple weeks. He initially on Truth Social a couple weekends ago said through a leak he found out he was going to be indicted. And then about a week ago, we found out he actually was going to be indicted, and it all led to this moment we see right here. Donald Trump in a courtroom looking, I mean, almost sort of dumbfounded and dazed, I would say, by what he just witnessed would be my impression. I mean, that is not someone that looks thrilled to be where they are.
No, and you know, I think at that point, with Donald Trump sitting in court at that table with those charges being read out, I think it all became very real for him. Again, this was an individual who was seated in the Oval Office, and now he's seated in 100 Center Street. That is something very dramatic to wrap your head around, very substantial, and I think perhaps you know, seated there, it became all real and all the more real for Donald Trump that he's facing these charges.
And just, you know, just to follow up again, but you know, 50 minutes thus far and counting.
It's supposed to be a quick process in and out.
What do you attribute that to, if you had to guess?
It could be that his defense team wanted all 34 counts read out. and the basis and the actual charges read out for the record. If I was seated there as his defense attorney, given the fact that all eyes are on that courtroom, given the fact of the gravity of the situation, who my client is, I would want all those counts read out. There's certain just procedures that go forward in an arraignment, but typically in an arraignment, the judge seated at that bench and the prosecutors and the defense attorneys who are waiting for their client's case to get called, they need to keep it a revolving door, and in terms of like next case, call the next case, call the next case, and they need to make it an expeditious process. This is anything but the typical situation, right? So this length of time, it surprises me only because from a security standpoint, I thought maybe they would want to expedite this and get him in and out as fast as possible. But from a legal standpoint and also a public image standpoint, having this arraignment and every little minutia put out on the record, of course I'm not in that courtroom, none of us are, but I think that could be going on, which is why we see a more longer process.
I feel like everything has been exaggerated in this process, or we've been waiting. Even him getting off the plane yesterday when he landed in LaGuardia, we were sitting here waiting, and finally he came out and he basically just dipped really quickly into his motorcade. I mean,
he's not in charge of this, unlike that.
Yeah, not in charge here.
Which is interesting.
But he's going to be secure where he's at. So even though he is there, he's in a secure place. They've got it all locked up. And it's interesting too because 34 counts. When I heard that too, felonies. I wonder too if they gave it so many numbers, if you choose 34 counts, is it a bit of a stretch, and is it also in hopes of making sure something sticks? Because now they have to fight 34 felony counts. They have to disprove all those things rather than having one or two where you're so much more focused. But if you're giving this breadth, and typically in the criminal justice system, sometimes if you do want to try to get somebody, the more counts you have, you're just hoping, you're thinking, okay, maybe they'll push this one, this one, this one. But if I can just get a couple of these to stick, but to get all 34 counts either dismissed or to be found not guilty, that would be a much harder thing to do.
Indeed. All right, let's go to we have our reporter Linda Schmidt. She's live outside the courthouse, or really along with the rest of the world media right now. Like the rest of us, waiting for the former president to emerge from court. Linda, a fascinating afternoon. He is still in that courtroom. He's been there now almost an hour. What's the reaction going on where you are in Lower Manhattan?
Yeah, Stephen, it's really interesting when you think about it, because originally his attorney, Joe Tacopina, said he expected this process to be swift, 20 to 30 minutes. He clearly was wrong about that. Outside the courthouse right now, I'm going to go ahead, because earlier the protesters, and they are just feet away from us, that park is right next to us, cheering, a lot of drum beating, a lot of yelling. It has been very, very quiet over the past 45 minutes. As you can see, people who are supporting Trump, those who are against Trump, just lining the fence right here inside the park. They are looking at criminal court right now here in Lower Manhattan, and they are waiting to hear the details of exactly what is going on inside the arraignment. Now, you guys are talking about the 34 counts and them all being felonies. Prior to the arraignment, Joe Tacopina, the president's attorney, one of them, said there is zero chance, absolutely zero chance, that he is going to enter a plea deal. Now, this case, if it does go to trial, it's about a year away. So then that's going to coincide, of course, with the 2024 election season. So we're going to have to wait and see how that plays out. They did not take a mugshot of him. He was fingerprinted, but they did not take a mugshot. However, the New York Times reporter is reporting that a fake mugshot has been plastered on T-shirts by his campaign, his 2024 campaign, and they are now going to be available for sale. But that is a fake mugshot, so don't be fooled by that if you end up seeing it. One of the things, and this is really going to play into this, and some of your experts were talking about this earlier.
Heading back into the elevator, as you can see. He is finally out of that meeting after almost an hour in the judge's chambers. President Trump has left the courtroom. He is going back down into that elevator and out of the building in Lower Manhattan. He went in at 2:29. He's walking out at 3:25 after having pled not guilty to 34 felony counts. And as he did on the way in, he also said nothing on the way out. So nothing to reporters who are there alongside the cameras. No statements as of yet from the president. We are about to next learn a lot more about the nature of the charges he's facing. 34 felony counts. We still don't know what the felony counts are, so that's the next step. We're going to hear from Alvin Bragg. We were always scheduled to hear from him at around 3:30. That may be pushed back given how long the time in the courthouse itself went. But nevertheless, the next step here, President Trump will leave the court. Former President Trump will leave the courthouse. He's going to head back to LaGuardia, fly back to Mar-a-Lago tonight. Next step is we're going to hear from the DA about the 34 felony counts that were just brought against the former president.
And we saw him leaving very quickly with his team heading out. Just saw the back of his head on the way out. And we did see a little bit of his face as he walked into the courtroom where he looked stern, just like you're seeing in these pictures to the right of your screen. The pictures we're seeing inside of the courtroom where no video cameras allowed, no phones. And so we're just relying on those images that we're getting and reporters in that courtroom. Again, hopefully we'll get more detail from Alvin Bragg about these 34 felony counts and everything that it took to get to up them to felonies. What initially many thought would be 1 or 2 felonies or misdemeanors really bumped up to felonies. So it's that second crime then beyond the falsification of
and there he is walking
records.
into his waiting SUV. So, all right, he has officially left the courthouse. He is now in his SUV. You can see that we've got the whole motorcade ready to go. And Evie, from here, we just try to get back to the airport as fast as possible, right?
We're talking about sticking to bridges and highways. That's the safest route then through New York City?
I'm still astonished that we have this aerial shot of the motorcade being staged. I am quite perplexed as to how we're able to see this, but here it is. You can see his vehicles. That's his motorcade. Typically, a former president will have a smaller motorcade. When we have a current sitting president, you know, you've seen those in New York.
Oh, they go on and on
they
and
go
on,
on
right?
and on. They've got these elements, so they're staged. They're tactically staged. They're putting him in, and yes, so they're going to make their way to the airport. They want to get him off the roads, in the plane, wheels up as quickly as possible. So typically, you will stay out of a tunnel, because if you think about it, if something's going to happen when you're moving with the motorcade, some of the most important things to think about tactically is you always want to be moving. You never want to be a sitting duck. We would call it stay off the X. So if something happens, any type of ambush or attack, you don't want to be still. You want to be going. Speed is your friend. So having that, you're also going to have at the lead, and you can probably see it here in this aerial shot, you have the NYPD vehicle in the front. You'll also have a tail in the back. They're clearing, literally, they're shutting down the highway, clearing the highway, you know, making sure nobody's there so that nobody can come close to you. And then when you get closer to the airport, Port Authority is really actually the law enforcement entity that secures the airport. So at that point, NYPD will do this handoff when he gets to the airport. But here you are. You can see the people over to the right. You've got people watching, so they've got police presence there, barricades, barriers set up for that, motorcades moving through the city at a pace, and you can see them going. More than likely, what I predict is they're going to move toward the FDR. Again, speed is our friend, so we want to stay away from the center of the city. We want to stay away from people, the potential of anybody even running up to the vehicles, touching the vehicles, tapping the vehicles, any other cars coming towards the vehicles. Again, safety is key. So you can see them moving through.
And as clear as a route as you can get here, too.
Oh, they've completely swept up the whole area, right? You've pushed all the vehicles out. You don't want anybody near you, but although we do see the oncoming traffic there stopped and frozen, so there's still somebody there close by. But when you're doing these routes, you're also thinking, if something were to happen, you have a lot of protocols put in place. So, for example, if something were to happen, what's the nearest hospital he's going to go to? They typically designate a hospital for any type of emergency situation, and there's actually agents there standing by for something like that. You're also going to designate what we call safe houses. Where would you take the president at any given moment in time within the route to a safe house, a place that you would actually secure him should something happen, a place where you can actually hold him.
Right, so just highly choreographed, of course, as you'd expect, and certainly a fascinating sight. I mean, imagine the people who are just going about their lives, certainly by this part in the route. Maybe they're just walking along their daily life.
Just another
and then
day.
There goes Donald Trump from the courthouse. It's a pretty wild, surreal sight, no doubt about it, as he is heading towards LaGuardia Airport. And really, a whirlwind 24 hours or so.
Absolutely. 5 years in the making, this investigation. Again, a year ago this week, we thought that this investigation dead in the water. Alvin Bragg resurrected it, and here we are today. We're former President Donald Trump facing 34 felony counts. He's pleaded not guilty, and this is just the start now. We need to find out more about these felony counts, what they entail. We'll hear from DA Alvin Bragg around 3:30 is what we were told, so we'll have to see when he'll come out to speak to reporters. And, you know, we've got the 2024 election in play here, campaigning in play. We'll see what Trump is going to say, what his reaction will be. We've heard that he's wanting to speak outside of Mar-a-Lago when he goes back to Florida. We'll see if he listens to his legal team on not attacking the judge and you know, the legal process. That's kind of what we've been seeing the days leading up to this moment too from him. But it is such a historic moment.
Yep, and as you mentioned, yep, he's going along the FDR. I can see off in the preview monitor, they've got the podium set up for Alvin Bragg. Eventually, he's going to take to that and break down. Here's a look inside right now. We're waiting to hear from the Manhattan DA about the 34 felony counts that he just charged Donald Trump with, as the former president's on the FDR, making his way back to LaGuardia to a waiting airplane and heading back to Florida tonight. We're expected to hear from him. And again, at this point, we still don't know the charges, whether there's been a gag issue, things like that. So that's where we're going to learn a lot from Alvin Bragg. And Linda Schmidt standing by. We had to break away from her when the former president left the courthouse. We want to get back to you, though, and just sort of check back in and see what the mood is down there.
Well, you know, Steve and Natasha, we all keep talking about the news conference that DA Alvin Bragg is going to be having, and he's going to be having that shortly, but it doesn't mean he's going to be taking questions. There have been many times where the DA will come out, whether it's DA Bragg or any other DA that I've covered in my time here in New York City. They may come out and just read a statement, make a statement, that's it, and that's the end of the story. Or he may, in fact, end up taking questions. Now, as far as the mood is out here, it is much quieter than what it was before. That's because the crowds out here have no idea really what's going on. Nobody can see the video, nobody can see the pictures. So most of these folks here are just kind of hoping that they're going to get a glimpse of the president. And I had to just tell some of the folks here that he's left the building already. This is an area here where they had set up some additional barricades before Trump had arrived this afternoon. This is keeping the public at bay here, and this is out in front of State Supreme Court, which is right across the street from the criminal courthouse. Additional barricades, of course, plenty of police officers down here, whether you're talking about court officers, NYPD, here throughout the streets in Lower Manhattan. Now, Trump, from what his attorney had told us, Joe Tacopina had told us earlier this week and last week, he said there is zero chance that he is going to be entering a plea deal. That is not going to happen. Now, if this does go to trial, that trial is more than a year away. This event today kicking off an historic criminal case here. Now, as he had walked down the hallway to go into court and walking in that same hallway coming out of court, prior to that happening, there had been some reports that, yes, he was going to stop and he was going to have something to say to the media. Obviously, his three attorneys advised him against doing that. They wanted this to be as seamless, as quiet, as uneventful as it possibly could be. So he was stone-faced. He walked down that hallway. He walked in. He sat at the defense table, something we have never seen before in U.S. history. A former president, or even a sitting president, sitting in a courtroom about to be arraigned on criminal charges, now facing 34 felony counts. Now, one of the things that I wanted to mention here to you guys, because we have been talking about this, we started talking about it yesterday when he had added to his legal team. Now, the attorney, he's a man by the name of Todd Blanche. Now, he is a very well-respected, white-collar criminal defense attorney. He had worked and he had been a prosecutor in the office of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District. So he knows how to handle felony counts. He knows how the system works. He had also represented Paul Manafort. If you remember, he is the former campaign chairman for Donald Trump from his 2016 campaign. And Paul Manafort, back in 2019, had faced charges, mortgage fraud charges, as well as others, under then DA Cy Vance. Well, attorney Todd Blanche represented him there, and he was the lead and leading him to a successful case and eventually got those charges dropped. Of course, Donald Trump knows this. He's paying attention to this. He's a New Yorker. Plus, obviously, he's paying attention to anybody who is associated with him and whatever is happening with any of their court cases. So Todd Blanche resigned from a very prestigious law firm to join and now become a 3-member legal team, and there might even be more additions coming down the road. And by the way, that's not something that is odd at all. That has happened many times in cases, any type of criminal case. And the fact, too, that Donald Trump himself said not guilty in court, we knew that was going to happen. Joe Tacopina, his attorney, had told us that. And also, that is really nothing new either. I have covered trials in multiple courts here in New York and New Jersey, and it is not uncommon for the defendant to stand up and say either guilty or not guilty. Donald Trump decided to do that on his own today and say not guilty, which, again, is really not out of the ordinary. But nonetheless, a historic day, very quiet out here now. If you remember earlier in the day, lots of drum beating and cheering and yelling and people coming and going. Very, very quiet now, because a lot of these folks here, whether they are pro-Trump or anti-Trump, still aren't aware of what happened in court. Not looking at their phones, apparently, because they have no idea what's going on. They're waiting to see from us, and they keep asking us what's happening. So that's the atmosphere here now. But again, Alvin Bragg going to be having that news conference today, but he may or may not take questions. Back inside to you.
All right, Linda, yeah, that's the next really big milestone in today. We're waiting to hear from Alvin Bragg, but the extent to which he relays a lot of information remains to be seen. As she mentioned, he may not take questions. It might be a very short statement. But as of this moment, we still don't know what the 34 felony charges are that he's facing. So that press conference from the DA will certainly put that to rest. But how much more information we'll get out of him remains to be seen. We'll take you to that live as soon as that happens, of course.
But it is interesting, Imran, just kind of talking to Linda there about Todd Blanche. I mean, Trump took this seriously, bolstered his legal team. He's watching, and you say that his legal team there, you know, Joe Tacopina, Todd Blanche, Suzanne Nicholas, I mean, these are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They're all, in their own right, skilled attorneys, and they have different specialties, right? They're all defense attorneys. But as you hear, Todd Blanche comes from Cadwalader. That was the firm that he just resigned from in order to take on this defense. Other individuals in that firm were also involved with the Manafort case, as you just heard, and also the Weisselberg case. He's resigned to take on this defense for Donald Trump, and he comes from a pedigree, if you will, in terms of a legal background out of the federal system with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and he's a white-collar crime defense attorney. Then you have Joe Tacopina. Joe Tacopina, he's a defense attorney who takes on cases, federal cases, state cases, but he has a great sort of New York way about him. And if this case is going to be tried in New York, that's someone who's going to speak to a New York jury. So everyone's filling a role here. Suzanne Nicholas, she is an attorney with a great grasp of the law. Of course, all his defense attorneys are, but she also plays a certain role on that team. You know, and just also the fact she's a female attorney. It diversifies the sort of defense bench, if you will. And I'm not, you know, differentiating gender for any particular reason, but these are the thought processes that we as attorneys have in mind when we're thinking about the optics to the jury. Who's going to speak to whom on the jury? Are we going to put forth sort of a diverse defense team that the jury can relate to? We are essentially the voice for our client. You know, not in many cases a defendant will not testify in a criminal case. They rely on their defense attorneys to handle all their sort of advocacy and be their voice. And that's why you want to have a team which is diversified, have different skill sets, who are great attorneys, both on paper and also when they're arguing in front of a jury. And I think that Donald Trump's team really reflects all those different components.
Very well. You know, let's go out to our colleague Ashley Rodriguez. She's also out by the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, where things have been blissfully event-free so far, which is great to see, certainly so far today. Ashley, just walk us through what it's been like down there, what the mood is now. Are the people aware that the president has already come and gone? Walk us through what it's like down there right now at this time.
Yeah, I'm going to have to echo Linda. It's quiet now, and for the first time I can actually see across Collect Pond Park. It's really emptying out. The energy is leveling off. So we have the anti-Trump protesters. They've really cleared out. I mean, they were pretty outnumbered the whole day, but they have definitely cleared out, as well as the pro-Trump supporters. And as you mentioned, it has been pretty uneventful, which is good. The commissioner, the NYPD commissioner, and the mayor would be very happy about that. There have been some flare-ups of tensions. And what happened was, with this park, they pretty much put up barricades and separated the two sides. It's when the two sides merged or came together, that's when you saw the tension flaring up throughout the day. I'm actually standing right near a walkway, and we have video of this. I can show you an example of one of these tension flaring up situations. I'm standing near a walkway that was leading into the anti-Trump protesters, and when pro-Trump supporters would come in, it would just cause chaos. I actually took a walk around the park recently, and it was more chaotic outside of this area. It's because they were separated, things were really peaceful throughout the day. And what happens is, once people start shouting and getting into each other's faces, it becomes mob mentality, and you just see a bunch of people just start ganging up and causing even more trouble, making a little scuffle even bigger than it should be. But I can tell you, the majority of people on the anti-Trump side, they were local New Yorkers who just have had a strong dislike of Trump for decades now. I mean, they told me that they just felt like he's been a crook for a long time and he was getting away with it, and they do not believe that he is above the law, and they were very happy to come out here and make their voices heard. But for the most part, back here live, you can see behind me that people are at least keeping tabs on what's going on, because as soon as Trump had left the building, people started clearing out. And again, we're just concerned as they clear out outside of this area what it's going to do, what it's going to be like, and people interacting with each other with opposing views, if it's going to cause any issues. The NYPD has been out here all throughout the day, very strong, heavy presence. They have not been getting involved. When little scuffles would flare up, they would just stand by and watch. Their presence alone kind of mitigating it, taking it even further. But something I noticed was their NYPD Community Affairs team. They did an excellent job of stopping any issues before they started. They're the gentlemen, if you can see behind me, in bright blue jackets. And once they see somebody who's starting issues, they go directly. They make a beeline for that person, and they kindly ask them to leave the area. And again, most of the time, the tensions, the issues that we saw was when one of the supporters or the anti-Trumpers would, cross lines, cross sides, and try to make an issue of it. So they would move in very quickly. I think they're actually talking to a gentleman right now who has a megaphone and is being, slightly obnoxious to people, which is going to cause a fight. They made a beeline for him. They're escorting him out. So really, it's been very peaceful out here. We'll see how it does now that people are leaving and flooding the surrounding streets and the city. We'll send it back to you.
Ashley, thank you. We want to go now to Morgan McKay, who is on the phone, who was in the courtroom. Morgan, tell us everything. Walk us through what you saw. Donald Trump's seeing him for the first time. Morgan McKay on the phone now joining us again. She was in the courtroom. Morgan?
Yes, Stephen and Tasha, former President Donald Trump entered the courtroom a little after 2:30 today, and he entered a plea of not guilty to 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Now, he's due back in court on December 4th. Now, his lawyers did say that they were hoping that he didn't have to appear, just citing the immense cost on the city that this entire arraignment has cost to the city, with NYPD officers outside and just with all the media, just what a huge burden this has been on the city. But the judge said respectfully, while he understands that Trump still has to appear in court on December 4th. Now, the entire process lasted about an hour, and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office went over a couple of issues that they saw could be arising in the next couple of months. The first one, of course, is Trump's rhetoric on social media. They said that he has posted a quote, death and destruction if he was to be charged. They said he even referred to World War III. So they were asking that the judge consider placing a protective order, asking that he walk some of those statements back and make sure that he doesn't post such inflammatory comments. Now, the judge said that they aren't going to be doing any sort of gag order, but he did ask the defense and the prosecution to make sure that their witnesses know that they can't have immense rhetoric on social media, on TV interviews, and so forth. They were also worried about Joe Tacopina, Trump's lawyer. They said that he has a conflict of interest, saying that he, at one point, conferred with the adult film star Stormy Daniels, who is being referenced in this case, and that he almost took her case. Now, Tacopina said that he only reviewed evidence, one piece of paper that was sent to him when Stormy Daniels was trying to attain Tacopina as her lawyer. He said that everything that he saw is already in Daniels' book. So he said that it's already been public information. So the judge said he wasn't going to remove Tacopina as a lawyer, but he did tell Trump that if he wanted a new lawyer without a conflict of interest, he has a right to do so. And Trump acknowledged this and moved on. But besides that, the indictment itself is expected to be unsealed later today. And the defense has about 65 days to turn over any evidence that they might have. Natasha?
You know, and Morgan, it is interesting that you were actually in the courtroom. Of course, you could only jot down notes with pen and paper, right? Walk us through the process of how you got in there, what it was like being in there, how many people were in there with you. I think what a fascinating vantage point you had this afternoon.
Oh, exactly. So everyone had a color-coded card that they were allowed in. So the green card allowed you access into the same courtroom as Trump, and that was the one that people were standing outside in line since yesterday at 4 p.m. A lot of big media organizations were even paying journalist students to wait outside in this line to get inside to make sure they had this green card to be inside the courtroom with Trump. Then you had two overflow rooms. So you had a yellow card and a white card. I had a white card, so I was in one of the overflow rooms directly across from the courtroom that Trump was at. And security was tight. We had to go through two separate metal detectors. I would say there was about 30 cops on the 15th floor, just directing traffic. But they were very friendly. There was just an extreme amount of police presence in there, being very, very careful, checking. Even though I went through the metal detectors, they were still standing me down. They had dogs out there. You could hear the helicopters outside. And Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg entered the courtroom around 2:12, and he sat in the second row. So they had the entire front row of the courtroom where Trump was at cleared out for security purposes. And then in the aisle, for each aisle, there was a police officer standing in the aisle of each row facing the journalists that were sitting there. And that was something else. A representative of 20 media organizations also spoke at the beginning of the arraignment, asking for just increased transparency throughout this entire process. They said that they would hope that any discovery materials get handed over pretty quickly to news organizations, just in an effort of transparency, because, again, still cameras were only allowed in there for maybe 2 minutes, if that. They just came in very briefly after Trump sat down, took some pictures, and then they had to leave. So a lot of people are just really pushing for increased transparency throughout this entire process. They also mentioned how the lawyers testifying and Trump, when he was sitting down, he wasn't facing the journalists that were inside the room. So they were also talking about maybe moving some monitors around so you could see facial expressions throughout the trial when there is one. And they were also talking about, one more note there, that the trial, they are pushing for a trial beginning of January next year. This is what the defense, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is pushing for. The defense, on the other hand, Trump's lawyers, they were saying that they don't possibly want the beginning of next year. They're kind of looking for more of spring of 2024.
That's interesting, and we've got our legal expert on set. So already the next court date's 8 months from now, and from what Morgan just said, they're hoping to push it back further and further, gets closer to 2024.
Yeah, no, and I think, listen, the months to come is going to be a lot of work, right? A lot of work for the defense team and also a lot of work for prosecution in terms of what we're going to see in terms of the attack from the defense team. But yeah, this is already we have a substantial amount of time in the grand scheme of things between the arraignment date today and the next court date. But there's going to be a lot of work going on in the process, and there may be critical events related to these charges that we see regarding falsification of business records, 34 counts, 34 felony counts, in the way that the defense team is going to attack this. And of course, I keep talking about the defense team because we're talking about Donald Trump as the defendant, and their next moves are going to be all the more interesting than the prosecution, because the prosecution has their indictment. They have done their job in terms of getting an indictment. Now the ball's in the defense court in many ways, right? So the moves that the defense team that we see in the photograph there, they take now, having the indictment in their possession, having the dates that to consider, having the specific facts behind the indictment counts before them, and the discovery process. Now in New York State, we have a discovery process. The new discovery law is, where the prosecution have a free flow of evidence and discovery to the defense. Back in the day, so to say, you had to file motions, you had to really actively seek out discovery as a defendant, now it's almost like an open book, right? Open file discovery, and the prosecution is going to be giving that discovery over to the defense team. It's going to be interesting to see how the judge maintains sort of decorum over this process. And we heard right now that the thought process about a gag order or limiting the ability for the parties, particularly Donald Trump and his team, about talking about that evidence, we'll see how that plays out. But I think most likely what we heard today was a warning that, rather than extrajudicial statements from Trump, his team, or even the prosecution, this needs to be a process that plays out in the court of law, not necessarily the court of public opinion.
While we have Morgan on the phone, Morgan, I am curious, what was the demeanor of the former president when being read these charges? Can you give us a little bit of color commentary, some insight on, facial expressions, what you saw his team, just the overall demeanor of how the former president handled the situation?
Yeah, so when former President Donald Trump entered the courtroom, he had a very solemn expression on his face, and he stared straight forward for a lot of it. When the Manhattan District Attorney's Office was speaking, he did actually look at them. He was paying attention. He was looking down at notes his lawyers were handing him, and he was looking at his lawyers when they were speaking. He was very much involved in the process once it started. But right before that, he was looking straight ahead with a very solemn expression on his face. Now, what your expert was speaking about in terms of a warning, that's exactly what the judge said he was doing today. He was saying that he was issuing a warning right now for all of this, and it could change. He could have to step in. But right now they are discussing, both teams, just ways that they can make sure that this case isn't broadcasted. But they did mention, Trump's attorneys, the need to have at least some of this that Trump can talk about, just because he is going through a presidential election. This is something that is so public and so pertinent to his election.
Yeah, very well said. No, so certainly we heard the warning from the judge not to fire off too many inflammatory tweets, things like that.
Right.
Does that free up the prosecution in any way to talk more about the case than they otherwise would? The idea of a gag order working both ways.
Yeah, well, typically the prosecution is going to rely on their accusatory instrument, right? You don't necessarily have prosecutors out there, taking the podium and giving press, we'll have a press release now or a press conference with Alvin Bragg because the public wants to know, right, and they want to hear from him. But as the case progresses, typically you don't see a prosecutor, the DA, out there talking about an active prosecution. That typically doesn't happen. And I think that's going to be the case here. The prosecution have their indictment. A grand jury has voted to indict Donald Trump, and ultimately the evidence that the prosecution has is going to be put to the test by the defense and brought before a jury. We don't expect a plea in this case, and it's going to be a jury that's going to evaluate that evidence and have the final say at the end of the day. But I don't expect that Alvin Bragg or his office will be out there continually issuing updates. It's going to speak for itself as it plays out in court.
Gotcha. All right, and let's go out to Jody Goldberg. She is by LaGuardia Airport. We're told the president is close to arriving, of course, to get back on his private plane that he arrived in yesterday, 25 hours ago, and head back to Florida. Jody, just set the scene for us by LaGuardia. What's going on there right now?
Steve, Natasha, for the first time all day, we're seeing some helicopters flying above, which is an indicator, of course, of Trump making his way back to LaGuardia, where less than 24 hours ago he landed to go to this arraignment. Now, his plane has been on the tarmac the entire time. We've been here since 10 o'clock this morning. And take a closer look. Let's zoom on in so you can see it. It's been here. This is where the former president will arrive in just a short amount of time for his flight back to Florida. And the goal is, of course, to get him out of here as quickly and safely as possible. And it's, for the most part, been business as usual. No stopping of the flights that we have noticed. Former President Trump is expected to speak tonight at Mar-a-Lago, and the exact route that he's taking here is something that's orchestrated very carefully, and it's very coordinated by Secret Service. We, of course, will bring you any movement as it happens. He is expected to get back on his plane any moment. Within the next few minutes, we will bring it to you. That's the latest here. Let's send it back to you.
Very well.
Jody, thank you. Just, it's also interesting, Trump's legal team is hoping that he doesn't have to appear in person. They were trying to pleading their case to the judge, saying that it's causing such a big burden to the city. All of the extra NYPD officers that we've had to rehire or had to work overtime and bringing in extra agencies.
Well, we pay. People don't realize you pay for that. All those bodies that you saw out there, NYPD, that's coming from taxpayer money. All the assets that go into place, the barricades, all of that comes from taxpayer money. So when Morgan was speaking actually about that, that's actually a valid point. The U.S. Secret Service, actually, the federal government foots a bill. So every time a president or former U.S. president goes into to any location, they have to pay for that police presence. So I really do think that's a valid point, and especially when you're coming to New York City, that bill is huge.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
And that's always been some beef between NYPD and City Council last month. City Council accusing NYPD of being lavish in their spending. And
overtime, overages, things like
but
that, right?
You need it. You need the support.
It, of course.
You're dealing with a city that's got so many people, so many characters of people as well. You have to lock things down.
Yeah.
And, and you're looking also at Port Authority. There's all these different entities. Everybody plays a role. You bring them to a very congested city, a very busy city, a city that does have crime, and these are things you're going to have to do. It happens every time there's any type of protectee. In fact, I remember when we would work here in the New York field office, anytime a high-level protectee would come in, or the president, there was kind of this moment of, okay, who's going to pay for this? Because there's always a dollar tag attached to this.
Yeah. No, it is interesting. All right, so we've got the paperwork now on set. You've been pouring through it when you've had a moment. What's your initial reaction to what you see in front of you?
Well, we have 34 felony counts, as we discussed. They're all falsifying business records in the first degree. So that's that E-felony.
Hi. As a physician, I like to help people. A lot of men are having sexual problems. At Manhattan Medical, we use high-frequency sound waves to stimulate the body, creating new blood vessels and repairing old ones by removing plaque deposits, allowing increased blood flow to the penis. We treat the cause of erectile dysfunction, not just the symptoms. You can get the joy of sex back into your life. Visit Manhattan Medical at manhattanmedicalassociates.com right now.
Join happy Optimum customers who love their amazing Optimum 300 meg.
Go through each one, but they tend to repeat themselves, and they're repeating on different dates. So there are multiple counts based on falsification of various documents on different dates. Here we see in the third count, for example, it's dealing with the general ledger for the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust and a false entry into that business record. Below that fourth count, just by way of example, you have a document which was allegedly falsified, and that is the check or an entry into the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust account with a check and a check stub dated February 14th, 2017, and it's bearing a check number. That's just repeating itself for various documents throughout this indictment. each one of these counts stand alone as a separate crime, right? Each one of these counts, the district attorney is going to have to ultimately prove beyond a reasonable doubt at the end of the day if they're going to get a conviction. So you have 34 of these falsifying business records in the first-degree counts, all related to various different documents on different dates.
And again, all related to that $130,000 payment, hush money payment to porn star Stormy Daniels. And Alvin Bragg kicking up this misdemeanor up to a felony with his case that Donald Trump was looking to conceal falsify these business records and conceal and hide damaging information days before the 2016 presidential election from the public.
Right, and just so for our viewers who may not have the luxury of having this for them, just to read it, one account. Look, I just went to the 20th count, and it's falsifying business records in the first degree in violation of penal law, section 175.10. As follows: the defendant, Donald J. Trump, in the county of New York and elsewhere on or about August 1st, 2017, with the intent to defraud and intent to commit another crime and aid and conceal the commission thereof, and that would be the election crimes that we've discussed, made and caused a false entry in the business records of an enterprise, to wit, an invoice from Michael Cohen, dated August 1st, 2017, marked as a record of Donald J. Trump, and kept and maintained by the Trump Organization.
No, it is interesting going through these. You see sort of the greatest hits of all the things we've heard in the months leading up to home equity line of credit, Michael Cohen, National Enquirer, David Pecker, all the sort of everything we've seen happen in the months and weeks prior to this. Does any of this sort of shed light on what we have seen? Because we did know that David Pecker was called back in before the grand jury. Michael Cohen's been talking to them several times. Then they had Robert Costello to rebut Michael Cohen. This all seems to be sort of what we kind of knew was coming down the pike, I think, right?
Yeah, we all know, and we heard the backstory, the drama leading up to this. Michael Cohen's testimony, of course, Costello coming out and calling into question Michael Cohen's credibility, et cetera, yada yada. And here you have it in indictment form, and you see the formal charges all stemming back to what we've known was the basis of what they were seeking, and that is that quote-unquote hush
just interrupt you for 1 second. We're taking a live look back. LaGuardia, Donald Trump just got on board his plane. From here, it's off to Mar-a-Lago, Palm Beach International Airport. A whirlwind 24 hours, to put it mildly. Even in the world of Donald Trump, where everything's larger than life, this certainly has been just a historic, overwhelming 24 hours here in the city. Back where it all started, this time yesterday afternoon on a plane bound back for Palm Beach. Fascinating, historic stuff.
And the judge wants him back December 4th, the next time he's due back in court in person. And the judge gave him a stern warning too, that no intense rhetoric, no posting about this, and so we'll just see his behavior and how things fall out once he's back in Florida, because he did have some sort of comments planned outside
tonight,
Mar-a-Lago.
right, at Mar-a-Lago,
See what happens there.
Yeah, that will be interesting for sure, but there you go. He is back at the plane, getting ready to go wheels up back to Palm Beach. And our security expert here, Evie, just any thoughts? This is sort of how it's supposed to go, right?
It's supposed to go like this. I think everybody's kind of hoping to get him on the plane safely, get him out of there. I think it was very much an inflated event. Everybody thought there might be protests. We'd have a lot of maybe rioting, and it turned out to be quite a calm day, truly. We did have some demonstrators show up, but not in the numbers that we expected. Everything went smoothly. Motorcade, no issues there. They're pulling up plane side, which is typical. This is standard. They're going to get him in the plane. You get everybody secure. You load all the gear. This is typically what you do. Once everything is set, then those vehicles are going to move back and they're going to reposition themselves. And essentially you hold everything in place, the whole security element, even security set up in the city, until he is wheels up. Once you know he's wheels up and in a safe airspace, then it's kind of almost the handoff. Then the handoff happens, and now Florida and the team in Florida is waiting his arrival. Now, what will be interesting to see is what is awaiting for him when he gets to Florida. Will you have supporters there? Will anything happen there? Especially when he goes to speak. How is he going to present?
And I know typically they don't really allow a lot of even supporters outside Mar-a-Lago. That's sort of got its own security protocols at this point, right?
You want to secure the area. You know what's interesting, and they're not showing this, and I don't think that this happened here, but although I do think it happened in his arrival, when a president arrives or departs any type of location, we set up like a viewing area, and sometimes people will show up where they'll do a shake hands or a rope line. But here I don't see anything like that. They're pretty much throwing him into the plane. You'll kind of tie up the rest of the airspace and make sure that he can kind of take off before the other commercial flights can take off, and then go from there. But yes, whenever you're doing a site advance, the site is the location of where the president is, his home site. You want to, it's already set up. You have a perimeter there. You want to monitor the vehicles going in and out, because it's not just people. You have to think about, from again, a tactical perspective, explosives, devices, vehicles passing through. One of the things that's really, really important are vehicles passing through, any explosives, anything somebody can do, any type of mobile attack.
Well, and it was interesting, as we were watching it live on TV, just you could see in the background all the people who could see it live from their apartments in Queens, there were just so many people who were in plain view of the plane coming and going.
It's very stressful.
Yeah,
I'm watching it here from the camera system.
So.
I have to hold on. I have moments.
Yeah.
It's a very stressful thing, because you are, look, regardless of who it is, you are responsible for that person's life. And it's whether you like President Trump or not, that's not the point. It's the symbolic nature of what it means if something like this happens. It happens on American soil, and especially if it happens in New York soil. Nobody wants anything. There's a term that we would have, not on my watch. And you don't want anything to happen on your watch.
Yep. All right. We're taking a live look. Okay, we're going to go to Lisa. We continue to wait to hear from Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA, but let's go to Lisa Evers first, who is live outside the courthouse. Lisa, luckily, really nothing major to report as far as protests, clashes, etc. that we've seen thus far. What's your experience been today?
Well, Steve, right now the atmosphere here and the whole vibe is almost kind of like a street fair, because a lot of the people have left. There's some diehard supporters. This was the side of the park, the north side of the park, that was devoted by police to those who were opposed to President Trump. It's thinned out quite a bit right now. And then these barricades, the NYPD has been here all afternoon. And at various times, the way they moved, their whole strategy was, there were moments where there were heated exchanges. People were yelling at each other from other sides across these barricades, and they were basically just staying put in case things got out of hand and turned physical, but luckily they never did. And then on this side, as you can see, this is the pro-Trump side, where there has been a steady stream of people coming in, other people going, and this was also where there's been just a lot of focus from people saying things like, they're here to support President Trump because they feel he supported them. They also feel that this was a prosecutorial persecution, that former President Trump was being persecuted because of who he is and what he stood for, and that this was not fair, and that they wanted to show him some support. But it's been extremely peaceful, and the whole security plan that's been in place by the NYPD, which was to surround the entire park, have officers basically on deck, on standby, ready to go if things got out of hand, it worked perfectly, because when things did get heated, there were people that had flags that had very long poles on them, and they were waving them around. That got a little bit tense. We were in the middle of that for a couple of minutes, but by and large, it's been extremely peaceful. Everybody's respected everybody's opinion, and even when they heard the news of what had happened with the 34-count felony indictment, everybody was just, they got along basically, and so it's a much calmer atmosphere right now because there's a far fewer people. They still have NYPD officers who've been around the area here all day since early this morning, and then all throughout the day, ready to move. And it's just so far so good. We're almost through with it, and people have been here in very peaceful means. They've expressed their views, and even when they have disagreed with each other, they've respected each other. Nothing has gotten physical. A lot of handmade signs here too, as well, and just a very good vibe right now. I mean, people are calm. They're accepting what's going on, and they just felt like they had to come out and express their opinion, which many of them did. And hundreds came through here earlier throughout the day, over the course of the day, and they've left. But it's very calm atmosphere here right now at this time, Steve.
Like best case scenario to me. I mean,
Really?
certainly that's what we would have hoped for heading into this whole situation. So that's great to see, Lisa. We appreciate your perspective. And now we're going to go live to LaGuardia. It looks like Donald Trump's plane's about ready to fly back to Palm Beach. We're looking live, zoomed in, as you can see the American flag on the back of the plane. And now we are going to go back to Morgan McKay, who actually had the remarkable perspective of being in the courtroom. No phones, no video, whatnot, but she was there. She witnessed it in person. And Morgan, I am curious, you know, the idea that it was 34 felony counts certainly was a surprise. Of course, you're all professionals in the courtroom. You're not allowed to really express any emotion, but did you get any sort of audible gasp when that was announced in court?
We did have a couple of reporters immediately leave as soon as it was announced and Trump said not guilty. They immediately left the courtroom, probably to run back to their media organizations to tell them exactly what the verdict was right there. But they said, you know, this was 34 counts of fraud related to business fraud. And one more thing about this protective order I wanted to circle back with. So Trump's attorneys and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office are kind of working out between themselves a protective order. Obviously, they can't stop people like Michael Cohen and from posting to social media accounts going on the news to talk about this case. However, they do want to lay out at least 3 things that they don't want Trump at least to do. They don't want Trump to use materials in any other way except for this case. So they don't want him to take the documents with him, and they don't want him to take a picture of the documents and then post them to social media accounts. So these are like documents related to discovery. They want to try to keep this under wraps as much as possible and create as much of a professional-like atmosphere as possible. And that's what these journalists were doing as well inside the courtroom. You know, it's just furious scribbling with notepads and paper because, you know, you're not allowed to have cell phones inside. So just a lot of note-taking, hand note-taking that was happening. And that was something else that the representative for news organizations was asking for inside the courtroom. He was asking for laptops to be able to be used inside the courtroom. Usually laptops are allowed. In this case, they weren't because of just the high-profile nature. The judge said he didn't want people to be secretly recording or taking pictures on their laptops. So they are asking that it just be pen and paper right now. But the representative for news organizations was asking that laptops be allowed inside. He pointed to the person who has to record notes for court. He said, you're just going to hear the finger tapping. And he also pointed out that electronics were allowed inside when the Trump Organization cases were going on. And this same judge, Judge Juan Merchan.
All right, Morgan, we have to interrupt you. I guess we are about to go to the press conference from Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg is about to get underway right now. Let's listen in.
Of falsifying business records in the first degree. Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct. The defendant repeatedly made false statements on New York business records. He also caused others to make false statements. The defendant claimed that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. This simply was not true. And it was a false statement that the defendant made month after month in 2017. April, May, June, and so on through the rest of the year. For 9 straight months, the defendant held documents in his hand containing this key lie, that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. And he personally signed checks for payments to Michael Cohen for each of these 9 months. In total, the grand jury found there were 34 documents with this critical false statement. Why did Donald Trump repeatedly make these false statements? The evidence will show that he did so to cover up crimes relating to the 2016 election. Donald Trump, executives at the publishing company American Media Incorporated, Mr. Cohen and others agreed in 2015 to a catch and kill scheme. That is, a scheme to buy and suppress negative information to help Mr. Trump's chance of winning the election. As part of this scheme, Donald Trump and others made 3 payments to people who claimed to have negative information about Mr. Trump. To make these payments, they set up shell companies, and they made yet more false statements, including, for example, in AMI, American Media Incorporated's business records. One of the 3 people that they paid to keep quiet was a woman named Stormy Daniels. Less than 2 weeks before the presidential election, Michael Cohen wired $130,000 to Stormy Daniels' lawyer. That payment was to hide damaging information from the voting public. The participant scheme was illegal. The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. The $130,000 wire payment exceeded the federal campaign contribution cap, and the false statements in AMI's books violated New York law. That is why Mr. Trump made false statements about his payments to Mr. Cohen. He could not simply say that the payments were a reimbursement for Mr. Cohen's payments to Stormy Daniels. To do so, to make that true statement, would have been to admit a crime. So instead, Mr. Trump said that he was paying Mr. Cohen for fictitious legal services in 2017 to cover up actual crime committed the prior year. And in order to get Michael Cohen his money back, they planned one last false statement. In order to complete the scheme, they planned to mischaracterize the repayments to Mr. Cohen as income to the New York State tax authorities. The conduct I just described, and that which was charged by the grand jury, is felony criminal conduct in New York State. True and accurate business records are important everywhere, to be sure. They are all the more important in Manhattan, the financial center of the world. That is why we have a history in the Manhattan DA's office of vigorously enforcing white-collar crime. My office, including the talented prosecutors you saw at arraignment earlier today, has charged hundreds of felony falsifying business records. This charge, it can be said, is the bread and butter of our white-collar work. And fraud presents itself in all different forms here in Manhattan. We've charged falsifying business records for those who violated federal bank secrecy laws. We have charged falsifying business records for those who were seeking to cover up sex crimes. And we have brought this charge for those who committed tax violations. At its core, this case today is one with allegations like so many of our white-collar cases. Allegations that someone lied again and again to protect their interests and evade the laws to which we are all held accountable. As this office has done time and time again, we today uphold our solemn responsibility to ensure that everyone stands equal before the law. No amount of money and no amount of power changes that enduring American principle. I'll now take questions.
Excuse me, so we're going to take a limited number of questions for follow-up questions, one question per reporter. I will call on you, and again, we have limited time. Thank you. The first question will be Brent.
Thank you. Richie Russell, CNN. Why now? I mean, some argue that this is a political move. You're not going to be a political person. The floodgates are going to go into the next, political season. Why now?
We conducted a thorough and rigorous investigation, as we're known to do, at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. I've been doing this for 24 years and am no stranger to rigorous, complex investigations. I bring cases when they're ready. Having now conducted a rigorous, thorough investigation, the case was ready to be brought, and it was brought.
copy.
Thank you. Mr. Bragg, the indictment says that there were 34 false business records. And they were done to conceal another crime, but the indictment does not specifically say what those crimes were. We are assuming, perhaps, that they might be election-related. I'm wondering if you can specify what laws were also broken.
Sure. So let me say as an initial matter, the indictment doesn't specify that because the law does not so require. In my remarks, I mentioned a couple of laws, which I will highlight again now. The first is New York State election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. I further indicated a number of unlawful means, including more additional false statements, including statements that were planned to be made to tax authorities. I also noted the federal election law cap on contribution limits.
But why weren't there those crimes charged? Why wasn't he charged with those crimes?
Well, I'm not going to go into our deliberative process on what was brought. The charges that were brought were the ones that were brought. The evidence in the law is the basis for those decisions.
You had expressed a year ago that you had some reservations about the case's readiness. Can you talk to us about what were some of the questions in your mind that needed to be answered in order to bring a case with this magnitude?
I'm not going to go chapter and verse into any thinking. What I will say is, I believe the time period you're talking about, I'd been in office for a couple of months. The investigation, in my view, was not concluded into the conduct in particular that is the basis for the charges today. Since that time, we've had more evidence made available to the office and an opportunity to meet with additional witnesses. So, as I said earlier, I've been doing this for 24 years. I don't bring cases prior to a thorough and rigorous investigation. Now, having done so, the case has been brought.
Brad, Garrett Hagan, NBC News. Your predecessor took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Federal prosecutors took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Do you believe you have new evidence that led you to decide to charge this, or why now?
Well, as I just mentioned, we have had available to the office additional evidence that was not in the office's possession prior to my time here. And as to your part of your question about the federal, we have a distinct and strong, I would say profound, independent interest in New York State. This is the business capital of the world. We regularly do cases involving false business statements. The bedrock, in fact, the basis for business integrity and a well-functioning business marketplace is true and accurate record keeping. That's the charge that's brought here, falsifying New York State business records.
We're going to take a few more. Yeah.
Thank you. DA Brad, I'm just going to read back one line from your statement of facts. The participants also took steps that mischaracterized for tax purposes the true nature of payments and furtherance of the scheme. Do you allege former President Trump was one of the participants who mischaracterized the payments for tax purposes?
I'm not going to go beyond the plain language statement of facts, which I think speaks for itself.
Hey, Brad, can you please comment on the strength of the evidence that Trump personally intended to violate state election law, including actions that are charged in the indictment?
So the charge is falsifying business records. The charge requires, as I specified, criminal conduct that was concealed. One of the concealed crimes we allege is New York State election law. I sort of went through in our statement of facts, which I think many of you have in front of you, goes through things including, text messages, emails, contemporaneous phone records, multiple witnesses. All of that will be, as you saw in the fall, borne out in a public courtroom in downtown Manhattan.
Our last question is Jonah.
So, charges related to the hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. The release from your office also mentions another woman, Karen McDougal, as well as a doorman. Can you comment on how those players are related to the charges you've brought or to the case overall?
I'm glad you put your finger on that, because it's not just about one payment. It is 34 business records, 34 false statements in business records, and we're concealing criminal conduct. And the earlier question about New York State election law, when they talk about conspiracy to promote a candidacy by unlawful means, those unlawful means we allege include the conduct set forth in the statement of facts, which is additional false statements separate and apart from the charged ones in AMI documents, planned false statements to taxing authorities. It is not just that one $130,000 wire payment. Thanks so much.
All right. Yeah, that was Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg taking questions.
First prosecutor to charge Trump with the crime, detailing the 34 felony counts there, 34 documents with critical false statements. And, Imran he mentioned the New York State election law, conspiring, promoting candidacy by unlawful means, and the federal election law cap on campaign contributions. What's your take on what he just said?
Right. Well, so now we have Bragg really citing to a body of New York law. So, he is solidifying this indictment because the alleged crime was a violation of New York election law, and we got a little taste on what he is saying in terms of the facts that which are alleged to support that, and also that these are 34 counts of separate, although all related to that payment of quote-unquote hush money, but separate incidents of where there were false business records that were being used by Donald Trump or being directed by Donald Trump to be entered into these ledgers and whatnot. And it's interesting to see how Alvin Bragg is differentiating Manhattan from perhaps other counties in New York, and likening Manhattan to a more like a federal area where white-collar crimes are prosecuted, and that Manhattan is this sort of business center where business records are all the more important that they're accurate. With this press conference, I think there's a lot of question marks still. We got a little taste, and I would imagine that early on in the case, Alvin Bragg is going to sort of keep things close to the cuff, not necessarily show all the evidence or the game plan. But I would imagine that Donald Trump's base will latch on to this press conference and say, look, there's really nothing, and no one else would have been prosecuted for this, but for that this is Donald Trump, why Alvin Bragg is going forward with these charges. But on the other hand, Alvin Bragg laying out that no one is above the law, that he is confident in this case, that they're able to show that the evidence will support these indictment charges. And of course, we're going to see how that plays out once we get a better idea and understanding of what the evidence is.
Right. It's interesting. He made sure to make clear how common these charges are, saying the charge of falsifying business records is the bread and butter of our white-collar criminal unit. So interesting there, sort of painting the bigger picture as he did to a somewhat limited extent. He said not wanting to really show his whole hand at this point in proceedings. Well, we appreciate both of you being with us. Evie Pompouris, Imran Ansari, thank you so much for all your perspective this afternoon. Certainly, it added a lot to our coverage. And stay right here with Fox 5 for the latest developments regarding the historic arraignment of Donald Trump.
You can also go to our website, fox5newyork.com, the Fox 5 NY News app, and the Fox 5 NY YouTube page, which will be live streaming updates throughout the day. And we'll have much.
This has been a Fox 5 special report.
It's pretty much case over.
Would you still use a cracked phone, or would you have to replace it as soon as it's broken? Yeah, I think there's two kinds of people in the world, aren't there?
Those who walk around with like tape holding their glasses together, and those who don't. Well, actually, I kind of have some actual physical proof that, yeah, I would, because as you can see, the back of my...
He's expected to make some remarks in Mar-a-Lago, and we also saw him there as well. There is no gag order put in place. Are we surprised by that? Is that commonplace? And Quanah, what's our reaction to that? Because obviously he has a speech tonight. Later on, about 8:15 is expected to start. No gag order in place. Is that surprising to you? Is that common? What's your take on that?
Well, gag orders are always less common. And the idea is that we all have the right to have information about what's happening in the courtroom. The public filings are available to us all to talk about and consider. as are the courtroom proceedings. And judges are generally reluctant to gag the parties from talking about things that are normally a part of the public record, things that the public wants to learn about and hear about. But what the judge did admonish the parties is that he expected them not to be offering incendiary comments or things that would somehow impact ultimately the ability of former President Trump to get a fair day in